Greetings, friends, one and all in one, all together here as one, watching part two of the Wendi Adelson Speaks to Isom, General Isom, in the interrogation from July 18th, 2014. We are fast approaching the 10-year anniversary of that date, guys. Trying to think about a special show we could do on that day to mark 1 decade that we've all missed Professor Markel. Maybe, yeah, open to any ideas, but I think, it'd be really nice to just mark, maybe get started on the petition to Florida State University to work on the statue. Welcome, people in the chat. Kaza T is from Bolton, and Kaza T had a great idea today, guys, and I just wanted to share it with everyone here. Yeah, a Charlie Adelson cookbook. Now, are you telling me that you would not love that for Christmas? Just imagine the recipes. And every day you could say, hey, what should we cook today from the Charlie Adelson cookbook? And you could say, well, today we're having Maine lobsters or pizza and sushi at the same time. Interested. I'm going to start making a list of any time Charlie mentions food, and just see if there's enough to work with to actually approach a publisher and try and get that made. Or we could self-publish. Why not? We'll sell it. It'll be in the merch store when we finally have a merch store. Anyway, first things first, before we start tonight's broadcast, folks, I just wanted to share with you a little nugget of opportunity that happened yesterday, or was it the day before? Hi, Leah. Oh, that's the wrong Leah. Well, you're another Leah, and that's fantastic. Welcome. Today, we are only accepting viewers called Leah. Let's see about sharing this screen. Here we go. You all ready for this? I want to make that full screen.
Hi, True Crime Matrix. I've been meaning to give you a shout out. I will. Whoa, okay, here we go.
And that's it. That is the only time Fancy Fiction has ever mentioned me publicly, and she pronounced my name wrong. And I'm pretty new on the terminology, but isn't that a shout out? Didn't she just shout out? I mean, totally psyched, by the way. If there's an even better shout out coming from Fancy Fiction herself, I am all ears. Can't wait to hear it. And it's fine. Me and her can throw it back and forth, a comment here and there, mention each other in our respective shows. But in a personal relationship, I think I would just freeze like a snowman in the North Pole. I find her really intimidating. I love her voice, but she sounds a little bit too impatient for me. I just wouldn't feel like I would have the authority to say anything. It might go like this. She'd be like, hey, True Crime Matrix, even though it's Metrix. Hey, True Crime Matrix. I heard you started a YouTube channel about the Adelson case. How is that working out for you? And I'll be like, yes. Good. I like content you make, and then the conversation will go on. I'll end up saying something like, you want to get food? We could get food and talk case. So yeah. I'm still waiting on my my proper what does she call it? Shout out. Yeah, shout me out, lady. Fancy, whatever your name is. Let's go. Okay, that's enough of the beach shot, but I'm going to make my own beach live stream. You call that a beach? I'm in Portugal, baby. We got beaches here. Anyway, tonight's show, guys, part 2, Wendi Adelson case, talking to General Isom. We've got victim advocate Sarah just about to walk in. And hey, you know what I like about doing these live broadcasts is that I don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't know where it's going to take us, because for years I have been studying this interrogation, watching it over and over and over again, and I'd become concreted myself into thinking that Isom was completely hoodwinked. Like within a matter of minutes, he's leaning right in at the beginning saying there was a shooting over on Trescott. He's not going to survive. You know, and then all of a sudden it's, oh, I know you weren't. Oh, you owe him money? Well, obviously not you. You're not a suspect, and all of this. But just yesterday, completely unexpected to me, out of the blue, I started thinking, no, he's maintaining his suspicion. And all of this Papa Isom, Uncle Isom thing is an act. And I was fooled for years. So we're going to be continuing to look through the lens of General Isom, or should we say, what can we call him now? He needs a new name. I'm going to call him the Silver Fox. You know, he's sly, cunning like a fox, right? And he's, just the Silver Fox. It's not General Isom anymore, guys. Silver Fox. Anyway, we should really get to it before we run out of minutes, you know. Welcome everybody in the chat. So busy already. Good to see you. Glad to see you. Okay, how to share this tab instead? There we go. Look at that. There she is. What is she doing? What is she doing? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna come sit over here on this side.
Wendy, this is Sarah Latour.
Hi,
She's
Sarah.
victim advocate.
How are you? Yeah, I'm gonna come sit over here on this side of you, if you don't mind. So I have to meet you under these circumstances.
I'm usually a lot more fun.
Okay.
I'm usually a lot more fun. I want to put that on the top of the list of what the hell are you talking about? You know, and as that list grows, it becomes less and less possible that these are just weird quirks, right? Weird quirks from quirky Wendy.
I've been trying to kind of find some next of kin information on his parents.
Do you want their names?
Yes, that would be helpful.
His dad is Phil Markel.
And they're in Canada.
They're in Canada. They're in Toronto.
Toronto.
Most of them.
Okay. His mom's name is Ruth Markel.
Are they married still?
They just got divorced. They're 70. They just got divorced after like 30-something years of marriage.
And when you say they're 70, are they in good health 70?
Mhm. Yeah, they're young. They're like
70, but not 70.
my dad just turned 70, and they're very young, 70.
Okay. So they wouldn't live together?
I don't think they're living together. Truthfully, Danny and I got divorced in the last 2 years, and they separated in the last 2 years, so
Okay.
I'm fuzzy on the
And
details.
that's okay. And you were going through your thing, and they were probably going through theirs at the same time.
Yeah. I have that skirt.
Do you?
It's pretty.
I'm sure that I got my hat. A lot of people do.
He has a sister that he's really close with.
Usually we see rapport building with the police, building rapport with the victim or suspect. This is a strange one, isn't it? It's the opposite way around. There's several positions that Wendy takes with victim advocate Sarah. Right now we're in the sister zone, okay? Then we're going to go into CEO Wendy. Then we're going to go into Sarah is invisible under an invisibility cloak. And, it just chops and changes and turns around. And, at the moment we're in Sister Wendy. Look at that. Look at that leaning body language. Look at that open arm. We're just two girls talking in pajamas under the covers.
She in Canada too. And what's her name?
Her name's Shelly Markel.
Is Shelly short for something?
It's not.
Okay. Did you have an EY in there? Or is it
No,
just
it's Shelly. I'm sure you do this all the time. It's your job, but like I cannot believe this is happening.
It's not a normal situation to be in, and it's never easy or anything like that. So all your emotions and stuff you're feeling are okay right now, okay?
I'm so worried about my kids. I don't know how I'm gonna tell them what happened.
And you know what
They're so little.
and it is difficult sometimes for the kids because their perception of realities.
They love their dad. I'm sorry, you can ask me questions.
No, you're fine. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about.
It's fine. I'll tell you what you
No, you're good though. I want to be here for you too. Okay?
It's fine. Did you see the victim advocate reach out and touch Wendy's arm? And then Wendy conveyed, "Get off my arm."
I'm sorry, you can ask me questions.
No, you're fine. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about.
Okay, it's not her arm. It's the armrest. But it's still right in Wendy's personal space. And Wendy doesn't like that, guys. Look at it.
It's fine. I'll tell you what you
No, you're good though.
It's fine could be subtitled with "Remove your arm from my personal space. That is my armrest that I may choose to use at any moment. And put my Adelson arm on it."
I want to be here for you too. I can say very sure.
I just like I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand, and I'm very scared because if this is gonna happen, like, what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like, who did this, and why would they do this?
And from what they're measuring, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna?
What is that? Why would they come after the kids? I mean, even if it was, those angry, no-nonsense rabbis or some gangster, how often does it happen that someone gets their head blown off and then the killer thinks, it's not enough. It's not enough. I've got to go and get Ben and Lincoln as well. Blow their heads off. The 3 and 4-year-old boy. It's time for them to go. Markel's gone.
Can we with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears. Okay.
I just
take stuff one step at a time right now. I know it's hard.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell them.
I can tell you this. I think it's gonna be best coming from you. You're their mother. You seem very educated and put together. And it sounds like you've gone through a lot the past 2 years.
But the kids have been doing so well with everything. They're really happy, well-adjusted kids. They have so many people in their life.
They're really happy anytime it's an Arbor Day and they can actually have fun instead of coming with me to restaurants and, because Arbor actually, treated them like they existed, and now they'll never get to see Arbor again.
You're doing the right thing.
And I get why I would be a suspect, but the idea that we were divorced, the idea that I would ever do anything is I understand why they need to check, but I don't know who would though.
Hey, Clarissa H, thank you for the wave and welcome to you. Hey guys, someone asked me today on the messages, the chat, whatever, they said, Why on earth are you putting yourself through this again? And I have to ask myself the same question. But you know what? Already, we're only through part 1. We just started part 2, and already I can see 2 other videos, series coming out. But I think what I'm going to do for those is cut them down, cut them down to clips. One of them is going to be an examination of every time Isom does a sly move, because I'm almost 100% convinced now that Wendy didn't have him under her spell for a moment, and that he's a shrewd silver fox detective, for years. I don't know if anyone just came in and missed it, but I said a minute ago, like, for years, I thought he was a fool, a bumbling idiot. And, his interview with Jeffrey Lacasse didn't help, because Jeffrey Lacasse was basically laying out the entire chain of events with well thought out evidentiary value pieces of information. And Isom's just sat there going, so how do you spell Monroe?
No, I don't know who would do this. I can see why they would think it would be me.
But when Isom comes back in, I think we've got Sarah, victim advocate, for a little while here, and she's got her own pros and cons. But she's not the detective. She's the victim advocate. Her job is working with victims. She's been told, we've got a victim here. She's not there to investigate. So, but actually, she does herself pick up on some stuff and start probing. And I think if she'd have been a little more experienced, a little bit more confident, she's only been in the job 2 years, guys. That's not a long time. Think about whatever it is you do. Did you feel great at it after 2 years? Maybe. But, it's not like a 30-year career, is it? Where you're like, it's your whole life.
Well, I don't think, and did Investigator Isom talk to you at all about like what your role is in this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
And a lot of times they do stuff just to kind of cancel you out too.
It's fine. I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I just can't believe this is happening. So I do best with being helpful. So why don't you tell me what I can do to help you?
Okay.
I think I need to do another clip show. It's going to take me years to put this together, guys. There's like 18 clip shows to do of this 6-hour interview. It means I've got to edit it, crop it, whatever. But just a collection of all Wendy's repetitive phrases. I can't believe this is happening is one that she says at least 64 times.
Well, give me the parents' names. I know you probably, if you have any of their phone numbers, I know you don't right now, probably from memory either.
It's in my phone.
Right.
I don't remember them.
So we'll wait for.
They lived in Toronto, and I didn't have a really close relationship with them before the divorce.
Okay.
And after the divorce, it's been, I've sent his sister like happy birthday messages, but it's not close. So I don't.
Right, you didn't have a reason to really have communication with them, and that's okay.
Clarissa H says, this interview has a lot of nuggets in it. It's going to come back and bite Wendy in her flat buttocks. I agree. And I got to say that I really support, well, I don't condemn body shaming Wendy. Partly because she's a murdering psycho, and partly because her image is so important to her. I think it's kind of funny it was great the other day when Wendy was the next witness called right after Junum Chinder, who clearly takes her appearance very seriously and is attractive, even with those giant fake teeth. But Charlie put them in. June's very attractive, and when she went off the stage and Wendy was next, I almost think it was Georgia Kappelman doing that on purpose. What's the next witness? Wendy Adelson, so she could be the act to follow, the better looking woman. Yeah, I say body shame away. She's got a weird shaped body, flat buttocks, and She's a murderer.
Okay, so other than their names,
Right, that's probably all you really.
no, I'm asking like, what can I do?
Let's see. You can, worry about you and your boys. Start thinking who would be someone that you want here for you that's here in Tallahassee now
What do you mean here for me? Like for what?
for support for you, because you're gonna have to go.
I'd really like my family to come.
Okay.
They're not here, but
Where are they located?
I'm just so upset right now that I'm worried about parenting effectively. So
Chris Parks. Yeah, I don't know how many times I've watched this interview, and listened to this interview. If I'm on a really long drive, I'll put it on. If I'm working on the computer for several hours, I'll put it on and just have it as ambient sound. I don't know why I do this to myself, but every time there's a new bit, and partly the reason is probably because it's so long, it's so much to take in that your brain just does this thing and picks up new stuff every time. That's why we're watching it again, guys, as a group.
So if
that's why
my parents were here, they could help me. They're really close with the kids, so they could help me. I feel like you and I look a little bit alike. Do you see this as you're looking at my face?
You have very pretty blue eyes. They're much bluer than mine.
But I feel like
total non sequitur there. What was she saying before that?
so if
that's why
my parents were here, they could help me. They're really close with the kids, so they could help me. I feel like you and I look a little bit alike.
Did she switch subjects there? Because what was she going to say? Did she just did she take a wrong turn there? What was it she said?
So if
that's why
my parents were here, they could help me. They're really close with the kids, so they could help me. I feel like you and I look a little bit alike.
Well, I guess she was going to say, help me take care of the kids. But maybe she was going to say, help me move all the boxes that I've packed down to Miami, where my old childhood room has been cleared out and made ready.
Do you see this as you're
And then goes into this. I feel like you and I look a little bit alike. And it's a really bad quality video. But I can tell from here that they don't look anything alike. You can see the shape of Sarah's face and Wendy's. I know it's blurry, but they don't look anything alike. They've got different hair, different shaped face. Apparently, they've got both blue eyes. Wendy has contacts in. Sarah is much more of a genuine person.
my face.
You have very pretty blue eyes. They're much bluer than mine.
But I feel like, anyway, it's like
And the
looking
hair.
at my sister, similar hair. I must look awesome right now, but when I'm not in crisis.
Welcome, Ian. Good morning. Good day. Hey, Ian says, hey, Matrix. It's Metrix, man. Nice of Fancy Fiction to give you a shout out. It wasn't a shout out. Correction, Ian. It was the promise of a shout out to come. And I'll be waiting, and I hope she gets my frickin' name right this time. Metrics, as in measurement, weighing, True Crime Metrix, where we put justice on the scale. We're still looking for a tagline, guys, and I don't think that's it.
I'd really like my parents to be here and help me with the kids.
And so for my information, what are your parents' names?
I feel like I should be the one to tell them.
No, I don't want. I'm not going to go tell them. I'm just more of, as
Who's
this time goes on, right? When you're referring to people, I want to know.
Sure. My parents' names are Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Welcome back, Keith. Good to see you again.
And did you say they were in Florida?
They are. They're splitting. They're sort of in the process of retiring.
Okay.
I mean, semi. So they work together. They're super happy and in love. 40 plus.
But yeah, my parents, they're super happy and in love. They have a shared email address. They've been married over 50 years. And those weird Canadian Jews, the Markells, just got divorced in their 70s. Can you imagine how dysfunctional they must be?
Plus years in, so they live in Coral Springs for part of the week and then in Miami for part of the week. So today is Friday and they're in Miami.
Okay, so is Miami like their weekend home then for them?
My brother Charlie got this place for them to sort of have them try living in Miami. So sometimes on the weekends they all hang out together.
Yeah, I'm trying not to do like a repetitive show because we've already covered this whole interview, guys. But this thing about try living in Miami, what is it to try and live in Miami? I mean, Coral Springs is practically Miami. It's not South Beach on the Icon in a luxury high-rise penthouse, you know, but it's not far. Yeah, they were trying to live in Miami. Charlie got them this place. You know, what is this? Well, my parents are super happy and in love. Listen, lady, Dan Markel, Professor Markel, has been shot in the face. He's not going to survive. Your boys, you know, you still haven't asked about the boys.
So they'll be there.
And like I said, I'm not going to notify your parents or do anything like that. I was just, like I said, getting that more of just so.
For future, yeah.
And do you have anyone in Tallahassee that you consider your go-to person here?
I have a lot of, I'm not saying this to be braggy, I have like a number of people that
You have
I
a
feel
good network.
I do.
Ian, I'm usually a lot more fun. T-shirt, make it happen, he says. Yeah, I feel like that would be a good t-shirt even, you know, without referencing the case. They'd sell that in Target.
The person who feels most like family is my friend Lynn.
Lynn? Okay.
She's just a bit older than me and I'm very close with their family. She has 4 kids and I'm kind of like an aunt to the twin girls. I'd really love for Lynn to be around.
Okay. What's Lynn's last name?
Grossman.
S.
Another thing that you know, Wendy does that is familiar to me through people that I've interacted with in my life, you know, it's this breathing out the words thing to express some kind of fatigue or comfort, discomfort. You know, she does this whole thing like, yeah, it's gonna be tough. I just want my parents to come. You know, I think that's why I like this case so much, is because I see things from my own life. You know, I think that's why we all love this case so much, right?
S-M-A-N?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you spell. And my mother won the New York spelling bee for middle schoolers when she was 6 in New York.
She's here locally.
She is, yeah. She lives right down, really close to me.
What are your 2 boys' names? I know.
My older son is turning 5 on the 29th. His name's Benjamin.
I just, it's about 4:10, so I know we're gonna need to start making arrangements as far as if you want somebody to pick your kids up and take them home, that type of thing. So Sarah can, if you wanna figure that out, just because I think he said that they had to be picked up by about 5 or so.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
so something to
Okay,
just think about what we
thank
want to
you.
get on.
What should we do about that?
What do you think would be? Do
Wasn't
you have
that
any?
just like a personal assistant coming into a board meeting? Oh, excuse me, Lady Adelson. It's 4:15, so we're gonna have to start making arrangements. Maybe you guys could just discuss that and let us know at front desk.
You probably have. They're younger, right? So probably
They're 3.5 and 5.
So they probably
They're
started
in
on
car
boosters.
seats.
Okay.
They're in car seats. I am in shock right now, so I could probably be functional.
God, this thing about car seats, you know, what it's impossible to put a kid in a car without a car seat, you know? Just I mean, if you're that worried about it, just get a grown-up to hold the kid. He's wearing a belt, you know. Or just, just put them in the trunk, whatever.
To like,
Oh my God, the car seat. So how are we going to get the kids without a car seat? Let's go back to 1954.
drive
can
a
help.
car.
Well, I can help with kind of that type of stuff. Do you have a friend do you want?
I mean, I would,
Hey, Matilda Yeager, good to see you again. Yeah, Matilda says that she would love to hear the victim advocate. Okay, sorry, just looking at that punctuation, but I'll start again. She would love to hear the victim advocate to get her take on Wendy's behavior and how it compares to what she normally sees. Yes, well, that question will be saved for Wendy's trial, I'm sure. But I have a feeling that there may be good reason to call Sarah Latour to Donna's trial, as she was present in the room when Wendy gave the news to Donna, right, on the phone call. Danny has been shot at his house. I'm fine. The boys are fine.
Lynn is here. I don't know if she's in town. It's Friday.
Yes.
I don't know if she's in town this weekend. If she is, I would love for her to be with
Lynn would be
me.
your person. Okay.
Yeah,
And then if Lynn's not, do you have a kind of backup person you would think?
I do. I have a lot of friends who have kids, so they have their own responsibilities. My friend Jane, who actually I think used to be a victim advocate.
Okay.
Yeah, Jane would be good to come in, wouldn't she? Because she used to be a victim advocate just like you. So you and I are sisters, and you and Jane share the same profession. So do you want to all go out for lunch? You know, we could go back to Mosaic, and we could just dish.
Jane would be a really good choice. Jane McPherson.
Yeah, wouldn't she be a good choice? You know, she'd definitely be a good choice because Jane's the one that has been fully prepped to come in here and say, is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Because you were telling me the other day, Wendy, how much of a lunatic he is. Could it have been him that shot Professor Markel?
You probably, and I might be able to get these numbers, but you
Because she
think,
doesn't have kids, it's all on my phone.
and it's okay. And I know I don't have anything memorized either. So.
Other close friends that I would have be with me right now. I have this really close friend whose husband died last year, who has a kid, and we spend a lot of time together, so she'd understand. But I don't want to do that to her.
Okay.
Well,
and I think maybe between Lynn and Jane,
hopefully one of them.
Okay.
Oh, Jane might be traveling. It's just summer. People are traveling all the time.
I understand.
Who else might be here?
What do you think, Lynn and...
She knows Jane isn't traveling. Everything has been set up, okay? Everything has been set up. But, you know, I appreciate that a lot of people that cover this case, fancy fiction included, guys. I've been going over some fancy fiction content the last couple of afternoons. And fancy fiction says on the question of whether Wendy knew that everyone deserves their day in court. And I agree. She does. But I would also feel 100% comfortable in betting my life on the fact that she knew. Now, would I feel comfortable betting my life on a jury agreeing with me? No, wouldn't do that. I bet my life that she knew, but I wouldn't bet my life on a jury convicting her based on what we have. I'd say it's probably likely, But I wouldn't have even bet my life on Charlie being found guilty. So you never know what's going to happen with the jury. You can't see them; they're not on TV. It's even Georgia Kappelman says, as good as a case we put on, when they go back into the deliberation room, you just have to hold fire, and you just don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going on in there, and you don't know how long they'll be, and anything can happen.
Jane would be kind of a good start.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go check and see how long on your phone.
And Wendy, who is very familiar with the legal standard of proof, she's a trained attorney. And as much as she says, oh, well, I am an attorney by training, she distances herself over the years. We've seen different tactics, oh, well, I only work with the victims. I don't know what a criminal is, all of this stuff. But things like, oh, Jane might be traveling, which, again, I'd bet my life 100% that she knows Jane's not traveling, but no one else knows that, do they? So if she's accused of, didn't you set it up to have Jane come in and point the finger at Lacasse? She can say, listen, punk, I didn't even know if she was in town. How would I know if she could come in at all and point the finger at Lacasse? So she certainly sprinkles plenty of seeds, or does her best to give herself wiggle room, to give herself reasons to doubt.
So that way we can kind of start working on those things.
Okay.
Some things for you to think about when you meet your boys. And I'm sorry, it's really hard.
I just don't know how I'm gonna tell them that.
Yeah, why don't you just break down in front of Ben and Lincoln and say, I don't know, I'm going to tell you this.
You know your boys better than anyone else does, right?
Right now, they
And you remember, what's her name? Dali Routier? I think there's multiple ways you can pronounce her name. The Texas beauty queen that killed her two sons. And, that she was famous for spraying silly string on the grave because it's like days after the deaths, because it was one of the boys' birthday, and they had a celebration at the grave right after the brutal homicide. And she was spraying silly string on the grave, chewing gum and smiling and laughing. And she said, well, we were just trying to, remember the good times, and the boys loved silly string, But Wendy says things like, oh, I think I can't really deal with the boys now, so I'm just going to say, have ice cream, do whatever. She's, again, covering these things to say, you had normal behavior with your sons right after their father was shot.
were expecting, I don't know if Danny told them or not, the plan was he was going to take them swimming this afternoon, which is sort of out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Normally, I just pick them up, but I think...
Was that the plan? I thought there was a dispute about that didn't get resolved, Wendy. He wanted to take the boys swimming because he was going to New York and would be away for the weekend, at least a long weekend, probably. And he requested for you to let him pick up the boys to take them swimming for an hour or so. And you made a huge issue about it, contacted Charlie, who said, just let him take the boys swimming. But as far as I know, that was never conveyed back to Professor Markel to say, yeah, okay, you can pick up. So why would Aber phone the boys, the 3 and 4-year-old at school, and say, yeah, just to let you know, I'm going to pick you up for swimming? No, he'd just come and pick them up.
he's leaving town for the weekend. I just think he wanted extra time with the kids. So he was gonna take them to Truesdale and bring them to my house. So sometimes plans change. Like sometimes his flights are delayed from New York and the kids say,
Yeah, sometimes plans change, don't they, Wendy? Sometimes plans change. Like sometimes Jeff Lacasse will be planning to drive up to Tennessee past Trescott Drive on Thomasville, on the morning of the 18th at about 11 o'clock. That was a plan that changed, wasn't it? Because he already left the night before and was already in frickin' Atlanta, by the time Professor Markel was shot. Sometimes plans do change. Yes, it's interesting.
I thought they call him Abba, which means father in Hebrew. They'd say, I thought this was an Abba day. What are you doing here? And I'd say, well, Abba's flight was...
Again, can you imagine the seething, burning rage Wendy felt when her young boys said, I thought this was an Arbor Day. What are you doing here? What a burn! What a burn! Yes, Ben and Lincoln, stick it to her. I thought this was an Arbor Day. What are you doing here? I'd like it even better if they said, what the hell are you doing here?
Late, so it's going to be
Go back to the restaurant, Mom.
a mommy day for a little while. So if there was a plan they were expecting, it would have been the go to the pool plan, but they knew that it was time to be with me. So
they knew they were going to transition into
so
a mommy
normal
time.
for them would have been mommy all weekend, mommy all week, and then Wednesday Abba. What you were saying. So for them, this is what they expect. Is I think for me to come pick them up, it's very normal.
Okay.
I don't really remember being very orientated to the days of the week at 3 years old. Like watching the schedule going, yes, so Saturday is coming up. So we better prepare to be with Mommy all weekend. And then it'll be Abba on Monday. 3 years old? What are you kidding? You would barely think the hours of the day were relevant. You get up, have breakfast, go to school, come back, have a bath, go to bed, watch cartoons. You don't think, yes, so yeah, it's the 18th, so better pack for trip to Mommy weekend.
I don't know if I can drive a car right now.
And that's why we're going to try to see some friends, kind of try to work out what options we can to help you so you might not have to do that, okay?
Okay.
So let me go check on your phone.
Old Pueblo Hops. A Fish Called Wanda. Is that movie with Jamie Lee Curtis and John Cleese? And I have seen that, but I can't remember anything about it.
Okay.
And then I'll come back and kind of let you know and see maybe how long that would take, or see if I can find some phone numbers.
My two friends that I was with for lunch, but they came and found me. How did they find where I was?
I have no idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed. I was eating with two girlfriends. They're both psychiatrists.
Okay.
So they'd probably be good people to talk to.
Okay.
One of them is a child psychiatrist, so I just
So
feel
she
like
might be a good person to talk to, especially about.
how to talk to the boys.
I'm
fine. As fine as I'm.
That's another clip show we could do, guys. Every time Wendy mentions the affiliation or profession of someone the profession of someone she's affiliated with. Yes, he's a veterinarian. Yes, they're psychologists. He's a congressman. Blah, 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 blah. He just wrote a book. Blah, 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 blah.
So I'm fine.
Is it hard or is it easy to imagine the emotions that Wendy's feeling? Quite a mixed bag. You know, I think it is pretty difficult to imagine having the balls to put yourself in this situation. You know, talk about believing in your ability. You know, she's got a lot of plates spinning, a lot of balls in the air, and you know, and she doesn't do very well as we move on through the interview, as most of you will probably remember, of hiding her elation at the fact of how well she believes this interview is going and how successful the plan has been. You know, she is beaming, grinning like a maniac on ecstasy. You know, I mean, but she works hard to maintain head in hands, breathing, heavy breathing, blah, 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 blah. Well, thank you so much for the super sticker, Matilda. Very kind of you, and we really appreciate it. If anyone else wants to support the channel, guys, we've got a link to buymeacoffee.com in the description where you can buy us a coffee.com. We've got memberships, Patreon, what else? Super stickers, super chat, super thanks. I don't know what the difference is, but they all sound very fun. Yeah, you just click that dollar logo and you know that's all there is to it. Or you know, a great way to support the channel for free is to just like the video, subscribe to the channel, tell a friend, tell your priest. Leah, about the owl t-shirt. Leah says that she can't get over that owl t-shirt Wendy is wearing. Why? She is so pathetic, Leah says. I agree, she's pathetic. But with the owl t-shirt and the owl almost stitching together this story in one way or another, it's all over the place. I think it's also on a piece of furniture in the Markel house, like a carving on a wardrobe or something, or above the front door, you know, the stone piece above the front door. There's an owl somewhere in the house. I can't remember where. But what is the deal with this owl? You know, sometimes I go really deep into the rabbit hole, sorry, rabbit, and start thinking that I'm imagining this entire case and that I'm in a coma and I've invented the entire Adelson case. And the owl is my own spirit animal reminding me that I can wake up at any moment. Thank you, Amy. I know, Kaza T. Wendy seriously underestimated Jeff. Isn't that beautiful? You know, isn't that beautiful? Just so poetic how Jeff, credible witness in all three cases, especially the first two. You know, the only time he ran into any opposition so far has been with Daniel Rashbaum, who wanted to paint him as a jealous creep who couldn't get over the the breakup and now wanted to tear them down at any cost, which is ridiculous. Keith Citizen says that he believes Wendy realized early on she made some terrible blunders for herself in this interview and therefore has been careful ever since, e.g. being cold to her mum. Well, I think that it was always her intention to completely withdraw from the investigation post-interview. The only reason she's acting forthcoming in this situation, this chapter of her plan, is to get out without cuffs. It was always her intention to immediately have legal counsel contact police and say, my clients will not be talking any further about this directly. And I believe that she has major issues with her mom, and used her mom and was aware that Charlie and Donna could go down, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that Wendy would go down. There's a lot that she's done to protect herself and herself alone. She's already given signs that she will happily throw Charlie and Donna under the bus. She didn't have to bring up the TV joke that Charlie made. She didn't have to say, what if my family did this, and stuff like that. That protects her, and it separates her from her family. And she's pissed off at Donna. She blames Donna for getting with Markel and putting her in Tallahassee and taking away her youth. She's majorly pissed at Donna. Yeah, Matilda, I love George's face when Charlie says on the stand, a 3 and 4-year-old. And it's like, Georgia goes, like, her face goes, what? Of course they can. And they can, I mean, that passes the smell test. What doesn't pass the smell test is the 3 and 4-year-old having, like, this really regimented structure to their week, going, okay, so it's Saturday tomorrow, so we need to pack a bag for a mommy weekend, and then it'll be Arbor on the 6th. Or the other thing, when Wendy starts going, oh yeah, the boys would probably be wondering why I was at work so late, because they're all looking at their watches, these toddlers. Yeah, Clarissa, Tuto means owl in Greek, or yeah. and it's like, it's the sound of an owl, isn't it? Tutu. Is that what they say? It's like tweet, but owl speak. What else? The guys, the Latin Kings, Sigfredo and Luis, went to Hooters. Hooters has an owl as their logo. Luis Rivera took a picture of an owl in Tallahassee and put it on Instagram. There's an owl carving somewhere in the Markel house. I can't remember what it's on, a wardrobe, I think, or something like that. Like a decorative wardrobe. What else is there? June was a Hooters girl. Obviously, the owl is on the Hooters logo. The t-shirt Wendy's wearing. Are there any other owl references that we've missed, guys? I think there is. There are. Can't remember. Let us know in the comments, guys, if you remember another owl-related coincidence. It's a coincidence. Use your common sense. Subscribe to the channel. Really want to do some jailhouse calls, guys. As well. We might mix this episode up and do maybe we'll do just a short jailhouse call, a 20-minute, 30-minute special. Just why not? We can do what we like, right?
Do you know where Lynn or Jane work? Because we're going to try to find some phone numbers for them, or some work numbers. If they work at.
So Jane is a PhD student. She's working from home.
Okay.
Lynn works, I'm kind of forgetting what the name of the place is that she works. She does like Holocaust recovery stuff. Department of Financial Services, maybe. It's not DVPR, it might be DFS, but her
She
husband,
works for the state, though.
her husband and I are close to,
Okay.
friends with the family. Her husband's name is Alan Grossman, Allen.
Oops.
And
It's funny she says Holocaust recovery. Huh. What is that, like recovering artifacts from the Holocaust? Like her engagement ring. And she doesn't give an affirmative answer when the victim advocate says, but she works for the state, right? And when General Isom said, when the Silver Fox said, and these attorneys in New York, Dan's friends, are they attorneys for the city? Wendy goes, no, they're both private attorneys because, they make more money, right? They're more, they don't work for the state. What sucker would work for the state?
he has his own law firm in town, so he should be really easy to find.
Okay,
It's like
and he-
Grossman, but from
Another one for the clip show of affiliations, guys. He has his own law firm in town. Yes, it's Grossman, and whatever. It's 3 Jewish names in a list.
Merlot and Bio, maybe.
Do you know what street it's off of by chance? Probably down. Okay, that's good.
But
Though.
you
I
can
mean,
find him and find
he's
that
an
number,
attorney.
and he's usually at work. I'm trying to think. All of my really, really close friends live out of town, but
okay. And go. I'm gonna try to do just some Google stuff real quick, and then I'll come back.
okay. we really should start memorizing more phone numbers.
Hey, Hildy, I'm a little bit interested and intrigued by your comments here. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or if you know something we don't. Hildy says she believes that Wendy's mom supported her daughter and that was all. And then a couple more comments down, Hildy says she thinks Donna was simply a mother, ... a good mother. You're being sarcastic, right? Please tell me you're being sarcastic.
You know, it's just technology that makes it easier for us.
I'm going crazy in this white room.
I'm sorry, I know it's not
like pictures or
No.
I just feel like
Yeah, could I go and sit in the victim interview room with the big comfy chairs and a Pooh Bear, a giant Pooh Bear? Yeah, white room feels like I'm a suspect. Am I a suspect? I'm not a suspect, right? How about we go and sit in the big comfy friendly interrogation room where they put all the victims like me?
I'm in a Twilight Zone, and I keep picturing the kids like at a funeral having to say goodbye to their dad, and I just
take it
can't
one
believe
step
I
at a
have to do
time.
this to them.
Rabbit, yeah, toddlers with wristwatches and date books. You know that friggin' Wendy probably gets them like, a Filofax for Christmas for the 3-year-old, a leather-bound Filofax with little wallets for your credit cards. And a calculator, built into the binder page.
Do you
And fountain pens, obviously fountain pens engraved with Adelson written on it or something. I don't know.
do you want me when I find their numbers? Is it okay if I call your friends?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
you want
fine.
me, and I can go and tell them
I
that
could
you.
really use some help
Okay.
taking care of the boys tonight.
Of course.
I'm trying to think of who else I would
Yeah, I
call.
could use some help taking care of the boys tonight. I've got a big bottle of bourbon waiting for me.
Oh, my closest friend in town is on vacation right now with her family.
Well, we'll start with.
Yeah, my closest friend in town is on vacation with her family today. So obviously, if I was planning the murder, I would have done it when my closest friend was in town.
Lynn and see kind of where we get from there since she.
Okay.
Okay.
Matilda, Wendy has listened to everything, gone through the transcripts with highlighter pens, talked to her John Lauro lawyer about it all. Wendy is so studious with this case. It's not even funny. I don't read anything. My lawyer said don't read anything, and that means anything, not just about the case, but anything. I don't even read the back of the packet of cereal in the morning like everybody does. I wonder how many nose blows there are. Wendy nose blows. Maybe we should do another clip of that. What about just a clip show of clip shows? We've got the nose blows. We've got the repetitive comments. I can't believe this is happening.
Ugh.
Hey, 58 people in the stream, guys, but only 24 likes. That's less than 50%. I want you all to go and like the video right now. You're all still here. You're watching. It's for free. All you have to do is like the video. It's great. It helps us out. Why wouldn't you want to help us out? Hi, Kurt Nygren. How you doing tonight? Would you rather have grown up in the Murdoch family or the Adelson family? Well, I think I would have better hair if I grew up in the Adelson family. I just can't stand the bad gene of hair that runs through the Murdoch family. Not that the Adelsons have great hair or anything. I mean, Wendy's hair is terrible when it's not, done. Really, just what a mess.
Hey, Wendy. Another kind of question we have. Do you want, if we get in touch with one of your friends, you think it's best if maybe they picked up the kids first, or?
Just because it's 4:15 now, I didn't know time-wise what we'd be looking
I
at.
just don't want to bring them. I was about to say I don't want to traumatize them, but they're about to get plenty traumatized.
And they can
They're
take,
about to get plenty traumatized. I think a part of Wendy enjoyed telling the boys. Yeah. Try and get your sick little minds around that, YouTube. Just imagine she sits them down and watches their reactions and gets a buzz out of it. Observing her work, right? Observing the results of her work. I believe she's that sick. I really do. I really do. I'm not just, this isn't some personal hate mission of mine. I genuinely believe she's that sick. And that's scary. What we're witnessing here is scary. That a person can be this fucked up. Supposedly, she's just a person like me or you. And there are people like that in this world, among us. You get the subway in a big metropolis, one could be sitting right next to you. A person like this. That's scary. That's why we need to learn from these videos, guys. That's why we need to identify the tricks, the patterns, the modus operandi, the behavior, and prepare yourself for your own walk through life.
them home.
Right. I just
I
don't
mean-
know what would be less upsetting for the boys.
And
Like,
that's up to you.
what I would most like.
Or we can make arrangements with the school and just say, look, it's gonna be a little late, you need to work with us, and mom and a friend will
I
come.
think they do keep it open till like 5:30
Okay.
or so. So what I would most like would be to pick them up myself
Okay.
and have someone with me in
Okay.
case I don't feel like I can drive well.
That's fine. And Lynn would be your first option to
Lynn would
come
be
here.
my first
And
choice,
you-
or Alan, her husband.
Okay. And you're okay with me speaking with them and telling them to come here
Yeah,
first? And
my car is,
we have the cars here.
oh, they got it here.
I think they were bringing it here, and I think,
Did they take my keys?
I
How
don't
did
know.
they get the car here?
I don't know.
I guess you guys.
Well, I may be wrong. I thought, and Investigator Isom,
Yeah.
it may still be at the other place, was gonna touch base, okay. I may be wrong, was going to touch base with you about, cause I know he's done a bunch of different stuff as far as doing your hands and all that stuff, to see if you'd be willing to let us look in your car to see if there's
you can look-
anything,
You
know,
can
okay.
search the
And
car.
so he'll have another form for you
That's
to do.
fine.
Okay, so I will call them and The question is, I will not tell them what's going on.
Hey, Mongeezy, I know you're excited to catch the show, but please drive home safely. Go the speed limit and wear a belt.
I get here.
I would tell them.
Okay, I just didn't know them driving. Are they good friends with him as well?
They've been mutual friends, but they're more my friends.
Okay.
I mean, I think everyone's gonna be dumb.
Hi, Miss Anthorpe. Good to see you again.
And maybe I'll just say that you're up here, you're fine, but they need to come pick you up, and then we can do that here, you know?
I mean, I think you can tell them
Okay.
Wendy needs help
That's
picking up the boys
Yes.
because of
Yeah.
what's happened. Like, I think you can tell them why
Okay.
they need them,
That's fine.
and that's fine.
And she said she's fine with the van, searching the van and stuff when,
Do you want-
because we were talking about that. All right, I will take care of this, Wendy.
Thank you. I don't know who that is. Is she another victim
She's
advocate?
she's a sergeant with us.
Okay. That was very gendered of me. Sorry.
Those what?
No, you're
Assuming
okay.
she's
No.
a victim advocate because she's a woman.
No.
You're welcome. I'll fill out whatever paperwork you want.
I have it right here.
Search the van. I can read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you witness that, Sarah?
Sure.
We got an alternative for the kids.
What's the alternative?
I mean,
Right
somebody
now,
else.
Joanna's calling one of her friends that she gave us and trying to see if they can have the friend come here
Right.
and then
Does anybody have a link to Wendy's podcast? I think we might take an intermission for the interview, the Wendy Talks with Isom episode 2, and just go and have a quick look at Wendy's podcast. It's not very long, is it? And we want to kind of mix it up a bit, guys. I think that's what we're going to be doing from now on. We'll take a video from here, we'll take a video from there, but maintain, this is still the episode 2, guys. Don't worry. We ain't going anywhere.
they can go
Yeah, but if anyone's got a link to the podcast video, post it in the comments.
together and pick up the children. That way
Okay.
she'll have the support system.
Right,
So,
absolutely. The receipt you just rolled up, what was that for?
That was lunch. I was trying to find the receipt from the bourbon, but I may have put it with the bourbon. This is from yesterday. It's lunch. But these are old ones. I was looking for the bourbon, but I must have put it in the bag with the bourbon that I kept in the car.
Can I hold on to this one for Mosaic?
Sure.
Do you need it to balance your booking?
No,
Okay.
sir, that's fine.
What's this?
I just didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other
No,
receipts. They're just-
it wasn't for that. I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one,
Yeah,
but I must have put it in the bag.
just looking at the dates.
I eat a lot.
Yeah, Ryan B. Ryan B says, oh, also, Isom asks her the classic read question, what do you think should happen to the person that did this? He was on it, Ryan B says. I know, okay, yeah, well, yeah, that it is that read technique. My favorite example of that is the Chris Watts FBI, CBI, whatever, Agent Graham Coder says to Chris, when we find the guy that did this, what do you think should happen to that person? And of course, it's Chris, right? And Chris comes out and says, life in prison. And then Graham Coder's like, what if he hurt them? And of course, Chris did hurt them, right? And Chris goes, well, I don't even know if they have that penalty in Colorado. When really, the way to answer that question is, let's repeat the question. When we find the guy that did this, what do you think should happen to that person? You'd say, I want to get that guy in a fucking room. You give me 5 minutes with that guy. You give me a rubber hose. You tie him to a chair and you let me in. You know, just this huge over-the-top response. But no, Chris Watts. Palms up, though. Palms up. Remember, innocent palms up. Life in prison. Pathetic. Can't wait to cover the Chris Watts interrogation, guys, and all of the body cam footage from the, the walking around the house with best friend Nicole and blah blah blah. That's gonna be a lengthy series.
I lost the key to.
So make sure you subscribe to the channel because, come on, Chris Watts is going to have almost as much headroom, leg room as this Adelson case, right? Maybe not, maybe yes, maybe it's all gone to bed now, the Chris Watts case. We're not really hearing anything more about that, are we? It's not like ongoing 15,000 trials, jury selection, arrests, body cam footage from the airport, like the Adelson case.
In my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's what that is. Just my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know.
Yeah. So you probably shouldn't stay at the house at all then. Like, you're going to a friend's house tonight, but because there's so many house keys that have been handed out all around Tallahassee, and this Lacasse guy is just a jealous freak who's loose, obviously you better move down to Miami. I bet the Icon building doesn't even have keys. You've probably got like a key card, magnetic thing.
The receipt that I might be interested in is the gas receipt.
Yeah. Oh, I asked for no receipt.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so that's not verifiable at all. Why aren't I on the video? Well, couldn't tell you. I don't think she got gas that day. She said it in the police interview when she was reeling off her actions. You remember that rhythmic thing she did yesterday? I can't remember what the 3 steps were, but took a drive down Trescott, got gas, picked up the bourbon, got gas, and went to Mosaic. She never got gas.
Oh, I can give you my
That's okay.
charge card information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
Yeah. If you need it later on, you're going to have to go through Mr. Lawyer, and Mr. Lawyer is going to give you a big fat no on that one. He's going to be like, yeah, we would be happy to give you the charge card receipts, but, only with a search warrant, which we have filed a motion to protect against. Okay? So we're happy to help, but we've made it impossible for that to happen.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon and then went to, okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car,
Okay.
so it should be in there.
Okay. I'll get started on this and we'll hold on to this.
Are you bringing the car here?
Yes, I think it's already here.
How did they bring it here without
Tow truck.
keys?
Tow
Tow
truck.
truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to be as efficient as possible.
No, Wendy. What we did is we brought David Copperfield in, who covered it in a big sheet. And then he turned around to the audience and he flew up his arms and said, "Move the vehicle." And then he removed the sheet and it was at the police station.
All right, so we're working on the
Yep, Joanna's trying to make contact now with some friends.
okay, and then they'll come here hopefully. Okay.
Hopefully, as long as she can.
Do you think I need to, I had like a whole weekend of plans ahead with the kids and stuff, like, should I start contacting people and let them know that like I can't,
Just
what's a good idea?
Again, put yourself in a real situation where you've got a full weekend of plans that are all purely social, okay? I.e., little things with friends. It's not like you're going for an operation on your gallbladder, okay? That might need some consideration, but even that, you know, in this situation, it's all that matters is the boys are safe. The only people that need to be informed are immediate family. That's about it, right? What else needs consideration? Cancel your plans. Oh, hi, Lynn and Alan. Just to let you know, not to expect us tonight at the bring a bottle, stock the bar fiasco. Yeah. Something's come up, and Professor Markel, his chin, it's gone. So we're not going to be able to make it. Okay. Maybe see you Tuesday.
I just I can't show up for like play dates right now. So
Sure,
I don't know, like, do you want me not to tell people what's going on? Is this like,
well,
I got that call.
And you can tell that the cops like never get asked this because General Isom's like doesn't really know what to do. But then Wendy, you gotta squeeze a little bit of psychopathic credit to her on occasion. She brings it back to what could be considered a relevant question, which General Isom now does indicate that he might have an opinion on. And the relevant question was, do you not want me to tell people what's going on? That is, something to be
Call for Lisa
Let's
Carey, so not to
do that again. She goes into non-relevant questions, right? Doesn't get a response that is like that this is a normal situation, and then Wendy finds a way to bring it back to something that could be considered relevant.
Just like I can't show up for like play dates right now. So
sure,
I don't know, like, do you want me not to tell people what's going on? Is this like,
well,
I got that call from Lisa Carey, so like, how did she find out?
well, she said she saw something in Everett or heard
She
something.
said she heard there was a shooting on Trescott. I thought because she's a real estate agent, maybe she was
Right.
rolling around and she saw Trescott. But how did, like, is it on the news? Like,
Well, I can tell you that there was news media out there with cameras, but I don't know if anything has been reported as to the specific address.
Okay.
I don't know what our public information office has released.
I'm asking for you, like,
Okay.
I don't want to like make this.
She wants to know what she can tell people or what she can't right now.
Which, in terms of making things better or worse for you.
Yeah. Thank God we've got victim advocate Sarah to take the language of a victim and translate it to a police. What she's trying to say is she wants to know if it will affect things for you, General Silver Fox.
Say that for right now, I would not deny to anybody that something did happen, but
if I'm gonna call and cancel all my, like, I'm supposed to be at a party tonight, like.
Okay, I can't go. There's been an incident.
So I can just tell people I'm just not gonna be able to be there. I'll talk to you later, and that's it. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want you not to have a support network of friends.
Yeah. Well, I will tell who needs to know, but like, I don't.
You want to explain this to 1,000 people.
Well, it's not about, it's yes, but I don't think that's good for the kids. Like, I don't want people, I don't know what to do about, like, the kids are really young. I don't know what to do in terms of that reaction, but I also am kind of scared that there's like some maniac out there, and I would like for you to find whoever that is. So I don't want to make things worse in some way in terms of you being able to.
Yeah, I would like for you to find whoever that is, if it's Jeff, or the ex-husband of Amy Adler, or maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade. I would like you to find the maniac and all my keys that are just spread around Tallahassee.
To find someone.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Just, I would just only tell the people that need to know, that are closest to you for your benefit. And anyone else, if they inquire, you can tell them any excuse you want. You can say, the police have asked me not to discuss it.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
I'll throw you under the bus.
Okay, I'm used to that.
Okay. That's it. I swear I'm just blowing my nose.
You're all right.
Sarah, your job is very hard.
It is.
You have a very nice personality for it. Very calming.
Thank you for saying that. That's kind of how I sell myself sometimes on doing this.
It's really hard. Do you know Gwen?
Gwen Williams?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I think you did a presentation at a Red Cross human trafficking.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh God, guys, I try not to be too repetitive, like the previous time we went through this whole interview, but this whole thing about the victim advocate has been to a lecture where Wendy was giving a presentation. I mean, that puts Wendy in a rock star category, and the victim advocate as a groupie. A bad move, victim advocate. You should have not have given her that status. You know what Detective Sergeant Jim Smith never did to Colonel Russell Williams? Call him Colonel. Why? Because that reinforces his status as above a detective. Victim advocates just massively might as well have just literally put her back on the stage in that stupid, horrible suit.
Because I
At Salvation Army?
yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was me.
Yeah, I thought so. Because when they were kind of telling me, who I was going to be talking with, I was like, that sounds familiar.
And I had the boys there that morning, and that's why I talked.
And I remember you talking about your boys actually too.
Well, it's good to see you again.
Sorry, under these circumstances.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a nightmare.
This isn't something that anyone plans on going through or wants to go through.
We were
So
divorced. It wasn't good, but this is never something you would ever want to happen. I understand why I'm a suspect.
Okay, I think, thank you, Rabbit. I think I've found the podcast, guys. So we're going to just quickly switch over to Wendi Adelson's sick, horribly read, disturbing My Latex Husband podcast. Okay, and have a quick listen to that. But before we do, if anyone would like to support the channel, we have a link to buymeacoffee.com in the description for the video. We would really appreciate it. Also, there's the opportunity to leave a super thanks, super sticker, or super like, or super chat, or whatever, or a like. So, there are options, guys. There are options. You can never say that you haven't been told. Share tab. Share tab. Is it this one? I think it's this one because I've watched a bit of that already. Or maybe this one is better.
This is not what this video is about. This video is about some of Wendy's most shocking quotes from her book and on this writing class podcast. And I definitely want to share first with you some of these quotes from her writing class radio podcast, which was episode 6, season 1. I think if you like these quotes, write in the comments below if you'd like to hear a breakout video more from this podcast and actual recordings.
We learn a lot about the narrator. We learn how smart she is. We learn how much she's done in this time. Something that I was curious about, if there's something in there that
What is it?
is causing her not to be able to really get any sympathy, or if she feels
ex-husband and why.
She says her book, our acrimony, the grandmother.
Okay, wrong video. Sorry, guys.
I've heard many authors say each story wants to come out in its own way.
On July 18th, 2014, someone shot my ex-husband in the head while he was pulling into our garage after he dropped our then 3- and 4-year-old sons off at school. I only found out this information when the police picked me up from a lunch date I was having with 2 girlfriends and insisted that I come with them back to the station, and then interrogated me for 8 straight hours.
Okay, my first little takeaway from this is, people go on and on and on about how studious she is, how she was valedictorian, how she had scholarships, and so on. If she wrote, that's what this is, right? She wrote this for a writing class. It is the worst thing I've ever heard. It is beyond lower than junior high value. This is like, at the beginning of Mice and Men, Lenny said to blah, blah, blah. It's like, or, when they're writing, when a young junior high student is writing about an account of, I don't know, something from history, and it's just, they're trying to be really clear, but it lacks any other merit. There's no nuance, there's no kind of, what is the word, like alliteration, or something, just some thing of creative writing. Let's just have a listen to that again. On July 18th, somebody shot my ex-husband in the head.
It's usually the ex-wife. I'm not really okay. I list the things that are going well when people ask this question. My children are thriving and happy. We live with my parents, who are incredibly devoted to our well-being. I started my own immigration practice, and I just signed up to do a 1-year clerkship with the Federal 11th Circuit in September, which means I can get off Obamacare and have 1 year guaranteed of a steady income.
I can get off Obamacare.
But the truth is that I miss my life. I was a professor at Florida State University College of Law. I was so proud to be a public interest attorney and a mentor to my students. The novel I wrote about my clients' stories had just been chosen as the common read for all first-year students at FSU. In August, I was supposed to be the commencement speaker, and then I was supposed to take my brain cancer surviving just turned 7.
Basic stuff, guys. She just said supposed to within a sentence and a half twice. Do you ever read something like in comments where there's that repetition that you might get away with in spoken word, but when you read it, it's like, oh my God. What was it?
The commencement speaker for all first-year students. The novel I wrote about my clients' stories had just been chosen as the common read for all first-year students at FSU. In August, I was supposed to be the commencement speaker, and then I was supposed to take my brain cancer.
In August, I was supposed to be the commencement speaker, and then I was supposed to take my cancer brain surviving dad to the Virgin Islands, and then I was supposed to eat a sandwich, but I wasn't supposed to murder my husband because he was supposed to be alive, and now my children are supposed to be without a dad.
cancer surviving, just turned 70 father on a trip to Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu, whatever.
And I don't get to complain that I didn't do any of those things because I am alive.
And I don't get to complain that I didn't do any of those things because I am alive. Because that maniac like Cass would have killed me too.
Thank you. Thank you for reading and telling us that and writing that. Okay, what do you guys think? What do you want to know more about?
We learn a lot about the narrator. We learn how smart she is. We learn how much she's done in this time, you know, where most people would be probably in bed crying and on drugs and medication.
That's funny, isn't it? That's exactly what she wanted Professor Markel to be doing. Become an alcoholic, depressed, you know, maybe a suicide attempt, maybe start using crack cocaine, develop a sex addiction with large Asian hookers, you know, something weird, you know, and yeah, you know, but what he moved on and got in a really decent relationship with an honorable person who was from an area of society that Wendy could only imagine that she had become part of. Can't be having that, can we, Wendy?
Something that I was curious about, if there's something in there that is causing her not to be able to really get any sympathy, or if she feels like she's not getting sympathy because it was an ex, or she's not allowed to grieve him. I'm so curious to see how the grieving process went. What do you call it? When they just
You're curious to see how the grieving process went. Well, quickly. Yeah. In fact, we couldn't even really call it a process. It was more of an event would be too formal. Maybe we could call it a flicker. The grieving flicker lasted for well, it didn't even really last. It was there and then it was gone.
And they don't
Hot topic, cold prose.
It's just said, and you're like, wow, that sucks.
And what she's talking about hot topics, cold prose, is that it's not sentimental. It's just reported. The tone is perfect.
Yeah. Not sentimental at all, was it? What's another way to describe that? Well, how about devoid of any human emotion? Yeah. Clinically detached would be another, you know, synonymous descriptor, wouldn't it? Yeah.
What else?
As horrible as the experience was, I mean, it was sort of, I was happy at the end when she said that, and she talked about them living with her family and their family. And I mean, it made me...
And help me understand this in the comments, guys. What the fuck are these people talking about? I could write a freaking thesis on how badly written and read that small amount of text from Wendy was. I was supposed to. It's full of dog shit errors like that. Why are these people going, yeah, it was really moving, and it was amazing to learn about what she'd been through, and what the hell are they talking about?
On some level feel, I mean, I don't know,
Less
at least happy.
uneasy,
Yeah.
less
I mean,
I think it's okay for us to feel uneasy for a long time in as readers or as listeners to this story. So I wouldn't want the narrator to worry.
Thank you for the super sticker, Clarissa H. We're just catching up with the chat now, guys. I think I'm going to have to skip ahead because I get really it's like there's multiple time zones, not on the globe, but in the comments. Thank you, Clarissa.
Us. The thing that I think this story is really about, and it might change, but I think it's about the line that really struck me is I don't get to complain because I'm alive.
It was hard not to get up to hug Wendy. It was hard to not ask personal questions. And it was hard to not ask detailed questions about the crime, like who.
Yeah, I'd find it hard not to get up and hug Wendy. I'd also find it hard not to get up, grab her, tie her to a chair with duct tape, and just grab the nearest, biggest, baddest phone book I could find and just start beating her in the head. Tell us the truth.
Murdered her ex-husband and why. But we're not the podcast serial. Our job as editors is to give feedback on the writing, to tell her what hit us. And
please do give us some feedback on the writing. Give us some feedback on that little segment of creative writing. Please do.
We want to know more about.
Anyway, I think that was enough of a sidetrack for today. But I was looking for the one about the latex husband. This is why I was asking for the link, guys. If anyone knows where that is, it's difficult to find, and I'm not exactly sure what this writing class radio thing is. But if those comments that those guys just said about that piece of writing were serious, then something is very wrong. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, not a suspect, not a creative writer. Jesus Christ. Oh.
I'm just worried about the kids. And I'm so sorry for his family and for his children who are now going to grow up without a father. And I have no idea who would do this. And I feel like
Lee says that it's still to come. Okay, we'll stick with it.
After taking in all the comments, Wendy worked on her story at home. 2 weeks later, she came back with some of the answers to our questions.
Thank you, Lee. You are so nice.
In her first story, she hinted at not feeling like she can publicly express how she really feels, a theme she repeated in this next story. In her writing, though, she seems to express how she really feels.
"10 months ago, someone killed the father of my children. First we got divorced, and then he got murdered. In casual conversations, I don't know whether to call him my ex-late spouse or my late ex-spouse, except that late ex-spouse sounds like latex spouse. Last July, someone, and we still don't know who, shot my ex-husband point blank in the back of the head as he pulled into our garage after driving our then 3- and 4-year-old sons to preschool. We married when I was in my mid-20s, when I thought I could cheat the system and marry a man I lacked passionate love for because, hey..."
Here's a question, guys. Like a blow-up sex doll. If you had one of those made to look like Professor Markel and took it into Leon County courtroom and sat it in the gallery, would that be illegal? Or I guess it'd be a security violation, right?
Didn't that die anyway during marriage? I saw his intellect and big heart and thought he would make a wonderful father for my children. Our marriage dissolved after the children arrived, as the loneliness of being married to someone that didn't view me as an equal crept in. I do believe
Yeah, the loneliness of being married to someone who didn't treat me as an equal. And has there been any evidence of that? What did she say yesterday? I didn't want the boys to grow up thinking that's how you treat women. Again, even the smallest piece of evidence.
he loved me the
No,
best.
I was thinking about the super embellished Wendy version of events about the time that Wendy wanted to go down to Miami, driving 8 hours, 7 hours, whatever, and Dan had to go with her, but was busy with a work project and worked on the laptop and said to Wendy, "You may not speak," which I don't believe. Maybe he said, "Listen, I need to work. I can't talk. So if we're going down to Miami," he was probably like, "Well, what? You want to go to Miami again? We were just there last week. We've got to drive down to Miami again. I've got this work project on. Okay, we'll go, but I need to, I'll work in the car. I should be able to get it all done in 8 hours, but I'm really going to have to focus." That sort of scenario I could imagine. But, he'd work on the laptop and he'd say, "You may not speak." Never happened. Nothing to support that.
He knew how. I mean, he didn't like fiction, so why read my novel? It was logic, not a lack of love. It feels sacrilegious these days, even to suggest something less than heroic about my latex husband, because he was murdered. He died violently and young, and likely at the hands of a professional killer. And the media had a field day in response. I turned on the news to find photos of my children with Nancy Grace, George Stephanopoulos saying my name in reference to our acrimonious divorce, and a picture my friend took when I was her maid of honor showed as evidence why I should be treated like a murder suspect and not the mother of 2 fatherless boys. I sat on a bench last week to watch the boys play. An older woman sitting next to me commented on how adorable my boys are and asked, "What does your husband do?" I hate this question. I haven't yet said he doesn't do much because he's dead, but I think it sometimes. I find when
Oh, she's so theatrical in her reading, isn't she? I mean, can someone explain to me what the point of this is? It's a class for what? For radio. So it's meant to be like theatrical. Is that what it is? I haven't said he doesn't do much because he's dead, but I think it sometimes. Ooh, I'm right in the room. Fuck,
when I tell people that my children's father died, they feel sad. But when they ask the follow-up questions and find out we weren't married, they seem to feel better. I don't.
Here's Wendy in response to the prompt. What is the story you tell about your relationship with your mom?
My mom and I have lived together for almost a year. She is selfless, generous, loving, and beautiful. She thinks she is fat. She once got turned down for...
My God, guys, listening to this pig, as Lee says, and I couldn't agree more. This absolute pig. It's an insult to pigs. I like pigs. Listening to this woman rattle off this total bullshit really just grinds my gears, man. It makes me want to put my finger through my eye into my brain and just start swirling it around,
for Weight Watchers because she didn't have enough excess weight to be admitted to the program. She thinks she is stupid. My mom, who won the New York Spelling Bee for middle schoolers when she was only in the 6th grade. I'm so mad.
Does Wendy is she not able to listen how everything she says is self-elevation? That those accolades she just went through in the previous thing of my book was chosen as the common read and I was supposed to give a lecture to all incoming freshmen at Florida State. And then I was supposed to take my brain cancer surviving father to Machu Picchu to have his picture taken with an alpaca. And, you know,
Many of the things I am because of who my mom is and who she wants me to be. I was valedictorian of my high school. She seemed proudest that I graduated high school still a virgin.
Oh, really? Really? Unbelievable.
I try to draw boundaries.
Why would you bring that up? Like that it just that's quite personal. And what does it mean that I was a good girl, that I wasn't really slutty in school because I was focused on my education and studies mattered more than cock? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Boundaries with my mom because lately there aren't any. She is caring for my children right now so that I can be here in class, more like a co-parent than a grandmother. But I accept it because as a former kindergarten teacher, she is so adept in that role. She taught my boys how to recite the 44 presidents, just like she taught me when I was 4. I see myself in them reciting,
Chester A. Arthur, so what?
receiving praise. She has completely changed her life because mine fell apart. I write letters to her in my head every day, ones of immense gratitude for facilitating my return from the bottom. But when we speak, in the few fleeting moments when the kids or my dad don't need something, it comes out like, is the dishwasher clean? And if not, should I run it? Or something else in
I think she hates her mother. You know. I would listen to that little last segment again, but I don't think I can.
Consequential about laundry or groceries or aspects of daily life.
There's more of Wendy's story coming up after we talk about our awesome sponsors. What's interesting about the prompts is that sometimes they bring up memories we don't consciously realize are still affecting us. At the end of today's show, I'm going to give you a prompt. Your assignment is to see what comes up, to trust that the story will come out the way it wants to. Write now, edit later. And then record your story on the voice memo of your phone and email it to us. Your story might end up on our podcast. Stay tuned to the end of the show to hear the prompt. In response to the prompt lies, Wendy remembers the death of her friend's father. And again, she discovers that sometimes her outward reactions don't match her inner emotions.
My childhood friend Lisa told me this weekend that she never even knew I was unhappy in my marriage. I had no idea I hid it so well. I always thought that I had an expressive face, the kind that easily registered happiness and disappointments. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that most people think I am very happy all of the time because I smile constantly to try to engage with people, make them smile too.
Christina, I don't know what it is about your comments. I really love your comments. You know, they remind me of thoughts that I can't quite process quickly enough to find an expression for. But I really agree with you here. And it's, you know, that kind of thing, that insight here. Wendy hates nobody more than she hates herself. It's one of those ones that's really obvious, but really not obvious. It's only obvious once you've understood a few things in life. And yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? That's what the real problem is with Wendy, is that she can't stand to look herself in the mirror, and she can't stand to not be able to stand to look herself in the mirror. So that's why we get this barrage, this total shitfest of all this vile action. That's why she has no conscience. That's why, you know, very interesting. That this one comment, Christina, we could have a whole psychological university thesis written on that. That's really good. Really good. Thank you.
I think this face is a kind of mask that I wear out of a life of endless practice, like a kind of muscle memory for the face. I can even remember one time learning that a friend's father had died, and upon hearing the news, I smiled. It was a bizarre reaction since I loved my friend and her dad very much. We were 13, and I remember him making pancakes for us many a Sunday morning after a few of us slept over. More than 20 years later, I still feel like a freak show thinking back on that moment. If I'm a person that likes to be funny and to use humor and levity to engage with people, then is it an authentic or inauthentic response to smile at the news of something tragic? Am I deluding others or myself when I smile or laugh through the pain of a terrible time? Am I avoiding actually bathing in the grief I need to feel so that when time passes, I will have missed my chance to mourn? Danny used to tell me that everyone thought I was such a nice person and such a good person, but he was the only one that knew the truth about what a bad person I was. He was convinced I had deluded everyone but him.
Not the only one, huh? Jeff Lacasse saw the mask removed as well, didn't he? And he was quite literally disturbed, maybe even a little scared. You know, she'd have people over for dinner, see them out, you know, respectable, goodbye, so good to see you again, close the door, total 180 personality switch. And I can imagine her going back to the kitchen, you know, getting another bottle of wine, opening it, pouring large glass, you know, 12 fluid ounces glass, and just starting a vicious bitch fest about ridiculously picky things. You know, God, imagine what's that.
And later in the same class, I gave the prompt, your last intimate moment.
It should be intimate when a man cries in front of you while you hold each other, and it was, but I wasn't crying. Sometimes I feel like I'm all cried out. This year, I told my small children that their father was dead and wasn't ever coming back. And a few nights ago, when a beautiful man teared up in my arms, I wondered if I could ever cry at something beautiful again. I shared a piece of writing with him I was trying out for class. It describes a scene where I am immensely sad. He tells me he was initially impressed.
Rabbit says, at Christina Adelson, I nominate Christina to be our community guru. She's keeping us real, wise, and has great insight. Thank you, Christina. I couldn't agree more, Rabbit. Really, thank you very much, Christina. And Rabbit, of course, Rabbit.
I have accomplished, but now he's more taken with what I have endured. I appreciate his words and wonder, why can't I be that woman on the spot? Why do I reserve the written word for a place where I can accurately and painfully express myself, and the in-person real-life version for the Wendy show, jazz hands and all? I wish I could merge us so we could be less of a weirdo.
I think Wendy's working on a bigger story, more than just what happened, which was that her ex-husband was murdered. Her bigger story is about what it means for her to be authentic. Why does she laugh in the face of trauma? Does everyone? Or is Wendy wearing a mask she wants to take off? She writes a lot about how people react when they hear her story. She also writes about her own reactions, how she wishes she could be as true in person as she is in her writing. So I spoke to Wendy about her experience in our class. How did she feel telling her story? And how did it feel to get our class's reaction?
You asked how are we doing really? And I was shaking from head to toe, and I thought, okay, let's just do this. Let's just dive in. I didn't have a plan to do it, but it just felt unavoidable. The words kind of just flew out of me. But then when I was done, I sat there and I couldn't look anyone in the eye, and I was sweaty, and I just thought, okay, now I've done it. Now it's out there. Now what?
And so then how did you feel about the class's reaction?
I felt good. I felt good about the class's reaction. I realized that people had questions, and so some of them were about the writing and how what might be different ways to tell the same story, and other questions were a bit more like, well,
different ways to tell the same story. Like there's the way that you told it, Wendy, or we could find a good way to tell it. A good way, or a well-written way, without this repetitive phraseology. I was supposed to take my dad to the Machu Picchu. Then I was supposed to blah, blah, blah. I can't get over that, guys. That is so basic. Like, if you write something and proofread it and see that, you're supposed to at least go and find a synonym. You could say, I was supposed to give my lecture for the incoming freshmen. Then I had plans to take my dad to the Machu Picchu to see the alpaca, because he always had a dream to have his picture taken with an alpaca at Machu Picchu. It would have been a better story in general just to speak about the alpaca.
What happened here and what was going on there. And I thought, oh, I don't know if you remember this. I didn't know we were all going to read what we wrote in class. I thought maybe some of us would read if we felt like it. And I didn't think that would be me.
So I asked her what motivated her in that moment to read her story, even when she wasn't expecting to.
I think for me, a lot of the additional pain I felt, on top of the murder and everything associated with, was it felt unfair that I couldn't at least tell my own story, that the story got told for me. So I think there was an aspect of empowerment, of being able to say, no, this is my side of the story. This is what things looked like from my perspective.
An aspect of empowerment. Is that something that appeals to you, Wendy? The aspect of empowerment. A bit like when you're on the stand and rubbing it in the faces of Ruth and Phil, saying things like, each child has a picture of their dad above their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day. What can we call that? Obviously that's not true. And obviously Ruth and Phil know that's not true. And obviously Wendy knew that Ruth and Phil would know that's not true. I think you have to just invent a whole new word. I don't think there's a word in English that could possibly describe the venom contained within that action. The Germans probably have a word that, you know, could be especially for that. And not because they're nasty people, because they've got a word for everything. For every word in English, there's about 6 different German words that each mean a different, you know, level of what the English word is. It's crazy.
Perspective.
Flying fortress of plastic dreams. Red pen canvas aspire.
Writing Class Radio is produced by Diego Saldana Rojas, Allison Langer, and me, Andrea Askowitz, with the help of Alejandro.
Yeah, Lee, I knew that, but maybe some of our audience didn't. Harvey never had brain cancer and probably didn't even care whether he saw an alpaca or not, you know. And she made that up just because it's a buzzword, makes the family look, you know, sick and caring for each other, blah, 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 blah.
Alejandro Santiago and Toby Ash. Theme music by the local Miami band Astra Maps. Writing Class Radio was recorded at the University of Miami School of Communication.
I think we just got to quickly catch up on this chat, guys. So great opportunity to go and leave a like on the video. Old Pueblo Hops says, darling, another Mr. Big Isom fail. She says she cruises his house and he's like, sure, makes sense. Awful. Was that back in the interrogation, Pueblo? Okay. What else we got here? Just flicking through. Christina says that she needs to be honest, unlike Wendy, and say that as the daughter of a dysfunctional upper middle class family and somewhat smart, I can relate to some of it. I am, however, the Rob Adelson. Is that right, Christina? Yourself now? Okay. Okay, well, good for you. If you're any Adelson, you better be Rob. Schadenfreude. Shameful joy. Taking pleasure in the suffering of another. You see how much we learn from The Simpsons? At young ages, too. I know, Alison Leroux. Leroux? I'm sorry. I get confused reading French words with X's in them. Alison says, I love how the podcast exposes so many of her casual lies. Yeah, why on earth would she do that podcast? You know, self-elevation. You know, it's an opportunity for her to go, I chose the book. I wrote the book for the incoming freshman, the common read. She was so pissed that she didn't get to go and do the commencement speech. You know, they were all scheduled to fly up to Tallahassee, but why was it that they couldn't go again? I can't remember the reason. But she was really looking forward to being on stage, being a rock star, talking to all those freshmen. I wonder if she'd have worn the same outfit she wore to her son's bar mitzvah. People love who doesn't love an alpaca? If you like an alpaca, leave a like on the video. We'll send all the likes to the alpacas. Well, she was just introducing the book, Alison, but she called it the commencement speech. Is that what does that mean in American colleges? Is that like? Well, I guess it's pretty self-explanatory, right? Yeah, Christina, that's what high school is for. It's all part of our education. But, you know, I just don't think Wendy, including within her resume, you know, valedictorian, blah, 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 blah. I think my mother was most proud that I graduated high school still a virgin. I mean, why would you include that? Anyway, we all think it's weird. Just trying to catch up with the comments, guys. We'll be back on the interrogation soon enough. Rabbit says, Wendy did the podcast because she gets a thrill of not yet being charged. Playing victim, it's simply a thrill to her to challenge Georgia. Yeah, she loves to wave it in Georgia's face, you know. You can't get me. You think you can get me, but, you know, she's really having this battle. I've said it before. It's almost like some King Arthur legend, some Greek myth or something of this good queen and this evil queen, like fighting it out with magic spells or something, and owls. Hey, riding shotgun. I think Christina is talking about the bar mitzvah dress, actually, which is her second dress. But the thing is that it's only half a dress, and the half that it's missing is the cleavage. And you know, that half cleavage dress might be fine to wear on certain occasions and environments, but in a synagogue, at your son's you know, coming into manhood ceremony, it isn't really one of them. It's not even supposed to be red. You're not even supposed to wear red at that ceremony in a synagogue, or maybe any time in a synagogue, apparently. Bra mitzvah dress. Yeah. Minus a bra mitzvah. Oh, let's Wendi Adelson bar mitzvah. Shit, how do I spell bar mitzvah? Oh, it's just with an A? Okay. Bar mitzvah. dress. All right, you ready for this? This is the dress, I think. I mean, it's like something from a 70s Hugh Hefner porn film, like the Madame in the Bordello, you know, in New Orleans or something. Blanche Boudoir. I have always depended on the kindness of strangers. Red is the color of sex and violence. Well, actually, culturally, red means lots of things in different places. In China, it means good luck. In Western culture, danger, sex. Yeah, does anyone know who put up the video of the bar mitzvah? You know, I have seen it, and I remember listening to Wendy again, reading something she's written that is just delivered horribly badly. You know that Amy Adler could write and read really well. You know, she's even more wooden, Wendy, than Daniel Rashbaum. All right, I think we should get back to the We've had a long deviation.
And if they're capable of this, like, what's to keep them from going after the kids? Like, if they hate Danny, then why wouldn't they hate his children?
And
Couldn't agree more, Christina. Every man knows that a woman wearing red only means one thing. Well, yes.
and you know, they're doing this investigation now to kind of figure out what happened.
He didn't do it to himself. There's no way he did it. He never really got depressed. He never got that sad. You know, like, he was a really positive guy. It wasn't him.
And you know, just because you guys are divorced, you probably know him very well, probably better than anyone else does. So,
Except for the last 2 years. Like, I don't know specifics of, like.
well, right, his personal life, but you still know his personality.
I do.
And, you know, personalities usually don't change very often. So
Yeah. I'm gonna have a hard time not being sad in front of the boys. I need to tell them today, don't I?
I think you
I'm gonna have a hard time not being sad in front of the boys. You know, quote brackets. If you see me acting happy while I'm in the privacy of my own home, that will be me putting on a brave face, so Ben and Lincoln won't be too upset. If you see Ben and Lincoln, if a reporter has a secret camera that comes out in the press and we're all having chocolate vanilla ice cream, huge bowls of chocolate walnut ice cream, that will be us putting on a brave face for the boys, but it will be very hard to do.
Have you done this before? Doesn't
Have
matter
I
if
told-
you've done this before.
have I told children? You know, I have, not as young as your boys.
What do I tell them?
You know where your boys are at. You know kind of what you've talked to your boys, you know, and I know they're so young, you know, some parents have conversations about life and death and things like that, and some haven't at that age.
We had our first conversation about God.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Ever. And Ben was clipping into his car seat, and Ben out of nowhere says, Mommy, I bet Ahmed knows a lot more about God than you do. And I said, well, I said different people have different beliefs about God. And
That is really interesting, isn't it? You know, here's this 3 and 4 year olds that Charlie would have it, can't even repeat a sentence that they heard 5 hours ago. And the oldest boy, which one was it? Ben or Lincoln? I can't remember. But still 5 years old. That's young. Mommy, I bet Arbor knows a lot more about God than you do. Again, one of those vexing Wendy statements. Elevating Markel and putting Wendy down. What does she know about? What is, you know, what does it tell us? Well, it tells us that the boys saw Arbor as a more informative, reliable, involving parent. And I would put every cent I have as a bet to say that that was absolutely true. I can't think of anything Wendy would do for these boys other than take them to a sushi restaurant at 3 years old, you know, put them in a fancy school because it makes her look good, you know, buy them a Filofax and a fountain pen at 3 years old.
so we get to the car, and Ben was like, is God a man or a woman? I said, well, some people believe that he or she is an old white man with a long white beard. And Lincoln, who's 3.5, said, God is dead.
And is Ben's your oldest then? And then who's your 3.5-year-old?
Lincoln.
Lincoln.
And I said, Lincoln, like, I was like, it's like Nietzsche in the backseat. Like, I was like, Lincoln, who's still in diapers, but is having a sophisticated conversation about God. And I just was laughing and laughing, and they were asking such interesting questions, and I was answering them with like, different people think different things. And, you know, but it was just our first time we ever had a conversation really.
Rabbit, you're Jewish, aren't you? What do you call the you know, the gathering after a funeral in Judaism, where you cover all the mirrors in the house so that you don't have to be concerned with your grief-stricken face, I believe is the tradition, or the whatever. I just have this image, be a good little cartoon in the newspaper with the Adelsons attending is it called the Shiver or something? But Wendy has taken the blanket off one of the mirrors and is, you know, fixing her lipstick or something.
They talk about superheroes a lot, and so sometimes they'll joke, they'll fall over and be like, I'm dead. And I say, I really don't like it when you say that. And, you know, they've talked about like animals being like, he's dead, like on the ground. And they even quasi understand Lincoln's named after my grandmother, and whose initials are LJ, so his initials are LJ. He would say to my mom, who's still very heartbroken over the loss of her mother, he'd say to her mom, like, is your mommy dead? And she'd say, yes, you know, you're named after him. And he'd say something like, well, is she in heaven then? You know, like, so they have
Lee,
some...
what is your birthday? What is it, the 21st of April? Because I believe that's a cusp day. And so you could be either or. And I've always thought Wendy is more Aries than Taurus. I've never liked Aries people. Sorry to any Aries in the chat.
Fleeting concept of things like God.
I know heaven.
I mean, I don't know.
And let me just kind of back. I'm not sure what Investigator Isom kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's.
Is he possibly gonna make it?
I don't know the answer to that. I know
he made it sound like he was gone. So does that mean that he might be okay?
A little
I
bit
don't
more of
think-
information gathering, guys. Again, trying not to be repetitive. We went on a whole big thing of this last watch, but, you know, is he going to make it? Is he going to be able to identify a gunman? You know, a Cuban-looking gunman? Because that would be bad. Yeah. Is he able to speak? Is he able to look at a photograph and point? Or say 1 blink yes, 2 blink no? Could that happen?
From what it sounds like, I don't think he'll be
The same. Okay, but
If-
he might make it.
I don't
might
want
be-
to give you that false.
I'm
hope.
sorry, I just
No,
thought
it's
he was
okay.
gone and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know,
like,
and that's why I was kind of asking you.
I didn't know that. He
I
made
mean,
it
I
sound like
don't.
he made it sound like he was gone.
I don't think it's good though.
I know I mean that's sort of what he said, but I assumed he was saying that like euphemistically.
And that's why I'm kind of because I don't want to be misleading
Is
in
there
this
any way to
conversation.
find out if like because if he might be okay, like I want to bring the kids to him so that they can.
And that's kind of stuff we'll talk about in a little, but let me ask him.
I just think that's different, right? Like if
No,
he's not
it
gonna
is.
make it and he can see the kids one more time, then he should see them. So is there like are we getting updates from the hospital?
They have been, they were at the hospital. Obviously, when, something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this so when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, I'm gonna let, when Investigator Isom comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
Okay.
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 But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was.
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be.
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then.
Right, and that's what.
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Because I think that would be more traumatizing for the kids to see like something horrible. Right. I don't want them to.
And I will say, from a victim advocate perspective, I always recommend people not to, especially young children.
She really fucks it up here, doesn't she? I mean, what this is Wendy going into scramble mode. She wants to completely overload this adversary in front of her, because that's what she is. Overload her, make her look all directions so she can't see any one thing, and then is trying to bring it back to it's about caring about the boys, but completely shoots and says, well, if he looks like terrible, facial trauma from the bullet, then I don't want the boys to see. No one would need to say that. No one would need to say that. No one would ever say that.
They could, I want them to have, if it's gonna have to be memories, I want them to be good. Because their last memory would have been him taking them to school this morning.
Yeah, don't worry, Wendy. The doctors will take a picture of the terrible facial trauma, and you can get all ready to hang up that picture of the terrible facial trauma over the boy's bed. For the good memories.
Is the police officer still at school? Are the boys safe there right now?
I don't know the for sure answer to that, but I do know that they checked on them.
And I know they checked on them, but the kids, I just want to make sure they're okay.
Let me go talk and let me ask them that for you. Wendy, look at me. There's no reason for them to think that anything's going to happen to the boys right now, okay?
Okay,
And I just want you to know that there's no indications that.
but why would someone do this? Like, why would they just come after my whole family?
I do hear your concern. I do. I just want you to know, though, like, there's no, if there was an indication.
I mean, there's no indication.
Christina, does Wendy have strong Aries characteristics? Well, you know, I don't want to. I wouldn't really know, but I also wouldn't want to get into listing the terrible Aries characteristics that Wendy may or may not have, because our good friend Neverly Darlin is an Aries, and we would never want to compare those characteristics with an Adelson, Aries or not. So yeah, we don't want to alienate our viewers, but I would say that pretty much every Aries that I've ever seen has strong eyebrows. You know, they don't need to be big, just prominent. And it's almost like those are the horns of the ram. You know, all Leos have amazing hair like the lion. Every Capricorn looks like a goat in one way or another. Pisces, dreamy eyes, myself included. What else are there? Geminis will not stop talking. Anyway, Scorpios are the ones that you should sleep with one eye open. Everybody knows that.
Some crazy person was gonna kill Danny, so why would they not think someone was gonna, like, anything could happen, right?
From what I understood, that there was someone that was at the school.
They didn't find anyone like running away to see it, did they?
I don't know that answer. Okay. I'm sorry. I know I'm giving you a lot of I don't know.
I know I'd rather that than you make something up, but I just have no idea what's happening right now.
I'm sorry. Let me go see and try to talk to Investigator Isom and see if he can give you a little bit more clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, guys, if you want to know, the story of the zodiac from Aries to Pisces is a story of development, as is all of that kind of ancient philosophy. You know, Aries takes action now. Just go, 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 go. Make a decision. Well, don't even make a decision. Just take action. Taurus slows it all down a bit, starts taking stronger steps with more intention and thought behind them. Gemini, communication, learns about communication, the first jewel sign, you know. Cancer, what do? Nice home life, look after the home. Leo, all about the style. Virgo, nurturing others. Libra, balance. You know, it goes, it's like there's a story of, it's in all that ancient stuff. That's what it comes down to. Apparently, I've heard.
I tried Lynn's office, and of course it's, she's a state worker at 4:30 on a Friday, so she wasn't there. I called,
for my phone.
and not yet. I called Alan and Sergeant Baldwin, Joanna, sorry. And I spoke with his secretary. He didn't answer his cell phone. I did get a hold of Jane. Okay, so she is on her way. Okay, and I'll keep trying Alan. They were sending him a whatever message to his phone, so he will probably call me.
Did
when he
you tell
gets
Jane what happened?
No, I told her, I didn't want to tell her over the phone. I said, I'm sorry, I'm being cryptic. Something's happened with her ex-husband and she needs you here and we need help picking up the kids and you're free to go with her when she gets here. We'll work on car seats. They may be done doing what they need to do with your van when she gets here. So y'all can take your car or we can get the car seats, however we need to do it.
Okay.
Okay? Do you want anything to drink? Or, I know that's probably the last thing on your mind, but anything to drink or snack, or I know you were at lunch, but.
Just some water.
Some water? Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
You got somebody?
Yep, she's on her way.
Okay, where is she going?
She's coming here,
Okay.
and then I told her we would figure it out from there. She doesn't have car seats, so we need to
Can
work
you get
that
with
out.
Couch, because he's doing the van,
Okay,
and they can move the car seats over to the
Yep,
other
and I
car.
didn't know if we'd be done or what, but we will get those.
Yeah, all right. This is,
God, we've still got Jane to come in, guys. That's a big segment of this, isn't it?
I'm trying to keep you informed as much as possible. I'm trying to be in a bunch of places at once.
My grandmother once said you can't have your tuchus in two places at once. So it's hard
That's
to
true.
do.
That's true.
Yeah, let's bring the conversation back to mothers, Wendy. So, mothers. My mother once said, my fantastic mother who's really close with the boys and can help me no end, she once said, you can't have your tuchus in two places at once. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Now, about my parents being in Miami.
I'm losing my mind over here.
Okay, this is the thing, all right? I'm my understanding, okay, I'm gonna give you the let me do it backwards, because this will be easier, or not backwards, but the other way.
Is he still alive?
Clinically,
422, huh? And 2 2s are 4. Numerologically speaking, that would be an 8. What does that represent?
he's not gonna live.
Infinity.
What does that mean?
He has
he
a
brain
severe,
dead?
yes, he has a severe brain injury.
So much shot him in the head.
It's apparently there's too much damage to recover from it. Okay, that's why we need to get a hold of
His family.
parents. Right.
I don't know what.
I think Christina's a Taurus as well. What do you think, guys?
I don't know if he has an advance directive or
Right.
what he would have wanted. He once told me that he would want we joked, I said I would want to be like, if I have an advance directive, I do this kind of work, I run a medical legal partnership. Like if I ever was like brain dead, I would want to be like, I'd want the plug pulled.
Right.
And he said he would want all efforts made, like he would be cryogenically frozen. Like he wanted every single effort that could be made to keep him alive. I know that much.
My understanding, and that's what we'll have to.
I know that much. That is clearly like some flirty, Sunday morning in bed, chit chat, jokey talk that they had early in their relationship, Oh, I would want all efforts made. I would want my head to be cryogenically frozen so that it could be brought back to life in the future when science advances. And she's portraying it, illustrating it as his actual wishes.
To get a hold of the family.
It's a real insult to the man and his family that she should have any input in what happens. You know, they were divorced. She's not next of kin. Okay, his next of kin are all in Canada. Well, it's the same frickin' time zone. What is this deal where it's like a whole thing to contact the police in Toronto? You know, your neighbors. You got to go through a whole series of forms to say, listen, one of your guys, one of your nationals has just been shot to death in Florida. So we're really sorry about that. But if you could send, you know, the OPP down to the Markel's address and help them out with the news, we'd appreciate it.
Family as soon as possible, but my understanding is there's irreparable damage. There's nothing that can be done. I mean, I'm not there, I wasn't there, but I understand from previous cases that the brain, his brain is damaged beyond repair. There's nothing that can be done for that.
Is he still alive? Should I bring the kids to see him?
No.
Oh, you're a Leo, huh? Well, make sure you invest in the best shampoo available. Look after that thing on your head, your hair.
He has severe facial injury. I'm sorry, and I know this is tough, but I would not want my children
like that maybe he was somewhat conscious and I wanted him to get to be with them. If that, okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, but that's
Okay.
that's the way it is. They, like I said,
He's been shot in the head, Wendy. You wanted to get the boys to be with him if he was somewhat conscious. Yeah, he's actually doing really well. He's reading a magazine, you know, in the hospital bed. He's probably got about, 35 minutes to live. But yeah, after the bullet was lodged in the brain cavity, he was in good form, good spirits. But he will be dying shortly. We have asked for the hospital to update us when he's gone.
I said there's severe injury, trauma.
Okay.
All right.
Is there a doctor like working on him, or are they just?
There's doctors at the trauma bay, the ER. I think he's been transferred to ICU.
Okay.
All right, and they'll have to make a determination about organs.
Oh my God.
And so forth.
Oh.
So, hence, hopefully we can.
Okay, the kids. Yeah, the kids.
All right, now let's talk about the kids. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I don't know who the contact person was. Was it one of the ladies that you were eating with?
No,
Miss McPherson.
I thought I wasn't supposed to contact them, so I didn't ask about those two because I thought it seemed. Anyway, I asked two other women I'm friends with.
Okay, that are familiar with the children.
Jane is who they got.
Does the daycare place have to be contacted to allow her to?
Oh, I kind of thought I would go with her.
Okay, here's the thing. All right, as soon as his phone comes back.
Yeah.
I have to ask you some questions about I've already known about the phone.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for?
It would be weird for Jane to Jane likes the boys a lot, but it would be better for Lynn to pick them up just because Lynn has picked them up before. Like when Danny had a back surgery,
okay.
They call her Aunt Linny. They're really close with her. If we could get her cell phone number.
Okay.
Do Lynn and Jane know each other at all?
Probably a little through me,
but they're not friends.
Yeah. I mean, Jane's a therapist. Like, she'd be very comforting. She has two kids of her own. She'd be fine. But I'm trying not to freak the kids out any more than necessary. So Lynn or Alan, her husband.
Allison, I'm amazed at that. But now I can't remember what I said. And I don't want to have another go and ruin my perfect record.
Alan or Lynn would be the best choice.
You don't have a number by heart for them?
No.
Okay.
Here, let me go check with Joanna and see where she got, if she got far with them.
The reason being is.
You need to talk to me.
Yes.
Okay.
And You've been great. I mean, you understand exactly how we have to do things, and I haven't had to.
I know, Ryan. When are we going to get this sorted out? Thankfully, the audio quality is not too bad. But what is the deal with interrogation room footage? It's not like, these videos aren't important. And not just for us, but for the court proceedings, for people to review the evidence. Why can't they, phone cameras have been better than this quality for 20 years, 25 years. Why is it just a cost thing if they put a good camera in every police station in Tallahassee or Florida or the US, or then what? It would be, say, $100. Okay, let's do a big number. $500 per camera installed and everything. That's not that much. General Isom probably, that's his Taco Bell budget. His donuts.
Explaining a lot of stuff, but really, I feel the need to. I really want you here.
Okay.
If and you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you think I'm the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard, whether you were or you're not.
Okay. I understand.
To show what your activities were.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't. So my thing is that let's let the.
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like that.
I know.
Okay, where am I at with this? Does General Isom, is he an idiot? Is he a silver fox? Is he playing Wendy? Is he maintaining his suspicion? Or is he Uncle Isom wiping her scraped knee, blah, blah, blah. Let's just see it again. See if there's any clue.
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief.
Told me.
Yeah.
Whether you were or you're not.
Okay.
You're not under. We have to do things, and I haven't had to explain a lot of stuff, but really, I feel the need to. I really want you here.
Okay.
If and you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you think I'm the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard, whether you were or you're not.
Okay. I understand.
I have to work just as hard, whether you were or you're not. Well, there's a tense shift there, so there's a point on the idiot pile. Whether you were or you're not. What else does he say?
To show what your activities were.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had.
So I have to work just as hard, whether I'm eliminating you or proving your guilt. And, I want to verify where you've been.
Had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't. So my thing is that let's let the.
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something.
I mean, if what he is saying can be taken at face value, and he does have to work just as hard to eliminate her. So that would be, he's going to be going through a bunch more questions. He's going to be looking at that gas station receipt. He's going to be looking at the cell phone dump and see all the towers that she was connected to. Have a look at her location pinpointed on the map. I mean, if any of that evidence came back and said, well, the cell phone says that you were on Trescott at 11, whatever the time was he was shot, and that you made a phone call to a number registered in Miami, held by an account holder called Sigfredo Garcia. You know, would he be working to eliminate her if stuff came back like that? What he wants is to know one way or the other. But is he giving us an indication whether he is maintaining his suspicion on Wendy? It's kind of ambiguous. But because it's ambiguous, I'd say he's maintaining suspicion, but doing it under the guise of someone who has made up his mind that she's not guilty. And because it's so ambiguous, it's brilliant if that's what he's doing. And we can't say. And because we can't say, it's wonderfully done. I mean, what a turnaround. I've been calling this guy a fool for years.
I like that.
I know. And it's
So
going
I understand why I would
Okay.
be the person you would think would do something, but
well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fine. I want to figure out who this is because I'm honestly worried.
Well, let me ask you, if you found out that this was someone that you personally know, would that change your mind about what should happen to that person
About what should happen to that person?
for prosecution purposes?
No.
Holden says every cop in New York, city or state, makes $100,000. I mean, if it's city, the rent's going to be more than that, man, isn't it?
Oh.
Is there any way that you would think
if
somebody
tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
regardless of who it is?
I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family. Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one.
Okay.
But I don't.
Well, if you didn't think it was your immediate family, then why would you even bring your brother into an equation of consideration?
think my immediate family did this. So
Okay.
if it's anybody else, yeah.
Okay. Would you think that this guy Charlie would even be capable of doing something like this?
No.
Let's just talk.
He's the Joker.
Okay. All right. Based on the fact that the clock is already ticking, all right, and
Not very forceful. That declaration of she doesn't think Charlie would be capable. Leaving that door open, huh, Wendy? If it were me, I'd be like, listen, forget it about my brother, okay? There's no fucking way. He is a highly successful, trained professional. He's not involved in my marriage at all. Yeah, we're close, but I only see him when I'm down in Miami. He doesn't even know Dan. He's got nothing to do with any of this. He made a stupid joke about the TV. You know, he probably... We think he's a little bit autistic, and he repeats stuff from movies all the time, okay? He probably heard it in a movie, and he makes these stupid jokes, and just, there's no way it was my brother. Something like that you might expect, you know, but what does she say? No, he's a joker, just a silly dentist joker.
we have to do as much work as possible up front. That's why I want you to stay here,
Okay.
if at all possible.
Okay.
But you're these children's mother, and if they have somebody,
I can't freak them out, you know? Like,
nobody's gonna freak them out.
I know, I'm just saying, like, my kids, like, they're already gonna have to deal with so much. Like, they're gonna wonder where I am. And the best thing would be Lynn and Alan, to have them hang around with them. My friend Janine, I was with two women. One of them is well, they're both doctors, but one of them has kids that the boys are friends with. And so, like, he could go over to their house. They could go over to their house and spend time. I don't want them like, where's mommy? What's
Mommy's
going on?
busy. Mommy busy, can't come here right now. Will that suffice?
For a little while,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Lynn, do we have a number for Lynn?
Joanna tried to get in contact with her, left a message at Alan's office for him to call. They haven't heard back yet.
Can they page him? Like, do they have a?
Now I know Jane's on the way here, and you just don't think she.
I mean, I think she'd be okay. I think I'd rather Jane has just never picked up my kids before.
Would the school have a problem with Jane picking them up?
Given the circumstances, no.
Okay, well, I mean, do they have to have authorization?
They probably do. I mean, I can call the school and I mean, this is a very unusual circumstance. I can call the school and tell them I approve Jane McPherson to pick up the kids, and then.
Does she have a place to take them?
I mean, she has a nice house, a comfortable, like
She
a
willing to do
child-friendly
that?
house.
I mean, I know she's on her way here
She
now.
doesn't know what happened, I don't think. She just knows I'm here.
Let's get, Jane's on her way here, all right, and the school's out on Tharp, and I'm assuming she lives up in the northeast part of town.
Quite an assumption. Yeah, she's off Waverly. And her husband.
Quite an assumption. What are you saying, General Isom? That I'm rich? Well, I am. And you just make cop wage. So obviously you don't live in the northeast of Tallahassee. That's for doctors and lawyers and the things that you will never be, Isom.
Husband is a writer, so both parents are around.
Okay. Let's have Jane, do you want me to talk to her or just tell her that or have Joanna I'll talk to
I
Joanna.
think someone should. Jane was a victim advocate too for a while. She's in there. Jane McPherson.
McPherson.
My
What was
friend
she a victim advocate?
In Gadsden.
Okay.
Maybe she wasn't. She's a therapist.
Okay.
Did she do something at the university now, or is she just a PhD
She was the 1 million bones woman.
Okay, that's where I know it's coming from.
Will you coordinate with her, let her call the school to have Jane pick the children up? I'm gonna redirect Jane to the school directly.
Okay.
It's what's your
Creative preschool. It's on Tharp. Right past there's a Magnolia school, and then there's Creative on your right.
Creative.
It's right up here, right?
It's on Tharp.
I really lose the continuity with this bit, guys. Jane is not going to be picking up. So why are they talking like Jane's going to pick the kids up? I thought Lynn and Alan are going to get the kids, the Grossmans.
There's a
Tharp out
couple.
west of town.
There's a couple. I'm really bad with directions. If you were to go all the way up Tennessee
Right.
and turn right, like on, I think it's Ocala, right where
Right.
Super Perros is, and then you make a left on Tharp, you'd go up a little ways more and it would be on your right.
Creative preschool.
I'm gonna throw up.
Come in the bathroom if you need to.
Okay,
Do you want to go in there for a bit?
no, I'm fine.
Okay, well, let me know if it's that. I'm just gonna Google it, if that's okay.
Yeah, I am fine. I just wanted everyone to put their attention on me for, like 1 second, so that I could reset the room. So I declared that I was going to throw up, and I sort of started doing these little convulsions with my body so that you would all look at me, remind me that I'm free to go to the bathroom if I want, because, hello, not a suspect. But I'm fine, and I'm not going to throw up.
Creative preschool, yeah. Ugh.
West Third.
Yeah, that sounds right. Uh-huh.
Do you want?
It's like a
And what kind of moron? You live in a place for, well, what, 8 years? I know there was like 2 segments of time that they were living in Tallahassee, but after 8 years of living in a place, or 5, or whatever it is, you know your way around. You know the arteries of the town and how roads connect. Okay, it's not a grid system where you can go 2 blocks up, 3 blocks over. It's windy Tallahassee roads. But man, you know your way around. You go to work, you go to friends' houses, you go to the school, you go to the gym, you go to the supermarket, you go to the liquor store, the drugstore, and whatever.
The whole cast of characters. You get Jane from 1 Million Bones. Were you involved in that?
I knew about it, and I know I saw a lot of stuff on it.
Yeah.
I can't recall if I've done anything directly with it, but.
Yeah,
Do you want me to talk to them first, or?
I'm nowhere near important enough to do anything with the, what is it? 1 million bones? I don't even care enough to find out what she said. I'm assuming it's some sort of charity event, very, that she fundraises for the non-profit organizations, blah, 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 blah.
Do you want to? What would you tell them what happened or no?
No.
Okay. I will talk to them.
I would just say, this person's looking up extenuating circumstances, please.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Chuck. This is Wendy, Ben and Lincoln's mom. Hi. I'm not going to be able to pick them up today, but my friend Jane McPherson's going to come. Is that okay? Her name is Jane McPherson. She's a petite woman with short blonde hair. Yes. She should have her idea. She's driving. Yeah.
A petite woman with short blonde hair. Well, what if Luis Rivera goes to the school in a wig and tries to get the boys? Be a great twist. Great twist.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chuck. Are the boys doing okay? Okay.
Oh, thank you for the info, Rabbit. 1 million bones are events, education regarding genocides across the world. Didn't know that.
Well, that sounds great. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Bye. Lincoln's outside playing. Ben is.
My God, the way she hands that phone back without even looking at the assistant. Oh, sorry, the victim advocate. I didn't even mean to make that malapropism.
Well, that sounds great. Okay, thank you. Okay, bye. Lincoln's outside playing. Ben is in the blocks area playing with blocks.
Yeah, Ben is in the blocks area playing with blocks. He's going places, that kid.
They're only a year and a half apart, so they'll be like a year
14
behind
months.
each other every time in school, right?
They have Ben's a July birthday, Lincoln's October, so they may end up a little more spaced.
Okay. I feel like because July he'll probably be like the young baby in classes.
That was our.
He'll be the older.
That's what we were supposed to talk about this morning. Is like whether Ben should start kindergarten or go to kindergarten twice, or what he should do. And then he didn't call me back, which was weird.
Is it weird, Wendy? Yeah, is that what you were doing? She tells it so like, oh, it was so funny. We were trying to work it out. If he was going to go to kindergarten or if he was going to go to kindergarten twice, and we were working it out, No, Wendy, no. You were trying to send him to a school that you had control over somehow. I mean, what was it? He got a prize or something, like a scholarship to some school because she knew someone in the school, and Dan didn't really approve, wanted to be involved and know about the school. I mean, when he was shot in the car, he was on the phone with a guy, a representative of that school, going through the details, learning about where his kid might be educated. Fair enough, right? Fair enough.
Are you thirsty?
Yeah.
Let me see if I.
Is it Joanne or Joanna?
Joanna.
She said she's gonna bring some water.
Okay. We're kind of all running around. Let me get that for you. Let me grab some more tissues too.
I've gone through.
Oh, I want to be around you. I just know if I was sitting here, what would I?
Hey, Matt from Texas, from Chapel Hill.
I probably want not much, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Leslie, she does look like Minnie Mouse, doesn't she? And I bet she loves going down to Disney. Getting her picture taken with Goofy, Mickey Mouse's friend. Tay, yeah, I think I'm the fool. Isom is no fool. I've been fooled for years into thinking he was a fool. That's how good he is. No, I'm seeing this whole interrogation in a brand new light. It's amazing. It's really, and I had no idea that this revelation was going to come when we started this second rewatch together, guys. It's just come out of nowhere. That's incredible, and he's not done yet. We've got a long way to go, guys. I know, Matt Taormina. For what reason did Isom have to play dumb with Jeff? He was doing all sorts of weird, dumb guy stuff in that interview. Not being able to spell basic words. Going off on tangents that were nothing to do with anything. Thinking that they were having one conversation when Jeff was having another. It was, he's got reason to play dumb with Wendy, but with Jeff, I mean, yeah. Yeah, Leslie, take the sunglasses off your head. All she needs is like a yachting sweater, like just over the shoulders, sleeves around the neck, loosely tied around the neck, something with blue and white stripes, regatta wear. Oh, that is one of the worst fake cries I've ever heard. I mean, how I'm a baby is that? Jesus Christ, it's so badly done. Terrible.
guess this is a very different version of me you saw on the stage speaking versus having this. Thank you for that.
Yes, but this is an
Yeah, Christina, FBI behavior profiler, noticeably different, huh? Than your standard cop, even detective, you know. But you know who blow my socks off every time I see them is the forensic psychology department of the Ontario Provincial Police. Amazing every time. I mean, those guys are so good at their jobs. We've got to go up to Canada soon, guys. We got some great examples in the Jennifer Pan situation. We've got some great examples in the Colonel Russell Williams situation, and that real sick one with what's his name? Michael Rafferty. Yeah. OPP, behavioral, what is it? Forensic psychology. Amazing.
acceptable version given the circumstances. I don't think.
I just keep picturing the kids and what I'm going to tell them.
And from what I understand, Lynn's here.
Lynn's here?
Yeah, I think they're gonna go ahead and have her go pick up the kids.
Can I just like get a hug from her?
Let me see if she's still here. Okay, she's not up here probably, so let me see.
I'm sorry, I don't want to run you around. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Hey, do you want a hug from her?
Oh, is this Jane? Is this Jane? Can I just get a hug from her, and then I could ask her, Jane, who could have done this? And are they going to come after me or my kids? Who's next? She's doing that breathing out the words thing again. Yeah, 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 yeah. I need a hug.
Reality.
I'll be right back, okay?
Riding shotgun. I believe she's 35 in this video. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's born in 79. No, maybe 80. Me why yo. Hello. In rainy Vancouver. It can't be that bad, can it? Oh, Leah, that is you. I thought you were another Leah. You got a new picture, I think. Looking good, Leah. No, Rabbit. You're wrong. She's not born in 75. Charlie was 47 in his trial, which was end of October last year. So we need General Isom to do the math. Well, 2023. So Charlie's born in 78. Wendy's 2 years younger than him. She's born in 80. Danny was 42 at the time of his death, and she was about 6 or 7 years younger than him. Yeah, you can Google all you like, Rabbit. It'll tell you that I'm right every time. Haven't you learned that from me yet? 42 viewers in the chat, guys. One viewer for every year that Professor Markel walked the earth. So this whole moving to Texas thing, guys, that means that Harvey is just going to be an 81-year-old man sitting in a ridiculously expensive Barcalounger in his high rise on South Beach, alone, watching pointless daytime TV. You know, his wife is in prison, his son is in prison, his other son just doesn't want anything to do with it. And his daughter, that all of this was done for, and her two boys, just swan off to Texas. Nice way to leave the world, Harvey. Nice way to go out, you know, surrounded by love and family. I'd have to agree with you, Rabbit. I dread to think the skeletons that are in Harvey's closet, the stuff that guy has been a party to, has done, the people that he's just destroyed the lives of, if not literally. There's been this speculation about, oh, well, maybe he wasn't informed because he'd have disapproved. I don't think so. Yeah, Wendy doesn't age well at all. And, the amount of work that she's had done really shows. Really shows. I mean, I think Donna looks better than her. And Donna's lapping it up in prison, apparently. Just making the most of it. Saying, all right, you wanna try and break me? See how that works out for you. I'm gonna rock this place. I'm gonna be running things in here, okay? As much as I despise Donna, and as much as I think she is just a real nasty piece of work, I think much more than Wendi Adelson, she's got some, okay, don't freak out in the chat, she has some style about it. I'm not saying I admire her. I'm saying that she has got way more in her bag than Wendy. And it's a nicer bag. I just can't stand the baby thing Wendy does, and that's her main trick. Donna doesn't really do that. My husband's almost 80 years old. How is he going to find his way out of the airport? All right, tiny little sympathy play, but then it was just like, all right, you want to cuff me? Take the rings, take the jewelry, get my lawyer. And just kind of handled it. Not saying I admire her, but way cooler. If you're going to be a villain, I'd be Donna over Wendy any day of the week. I know, Christine. that perp walk. I almost want to like edit it into like a 9-hour video where they just keep going and we just find a way to repeat the corridors, but make it look a little bit different. We could do that with, like, I don't know, lighting and contrast or something, superimpose another luggage section or something, I don't know, but just make it like go on forever and then put it in an art gallery, as a projection. It'd be brilliant. You'd have people watching it in there all day just going, yes, what does this mean? Riding Shotgun says that she needs to count down the clock to Donna's trial. Who thinks she'll go to the witness box? There is no way in hell that she is not taking the stand. She's going to go up there and she's not coming down. She's going to fight that to the bone. And it'll probably get pretty heated. Donna is not going to like Georgia Kappelman giving her shit, you know? And it looks like her defense will be innocent grandmother, infirmed husband has to be there. You know, they'll be doing that thing that sometimes we see in a defense with an elderly defendant, where it's like they're not saying it, but they're saying it, which is basically, listen, even if you think she did it, she's not a risk to society. She's probably going to be dead in 2 years. What are you going to do? Give her life in prison at 74 years old? Just let her go. And really appeal to the juries, like, some of you might have an elderly mother. Some of you might, you know, have done something wrong with your mother. But does that mean that your mother should go to jail? No, Leslie, you know, on an international flight, if you're not on the plane, your bags are coming off the plane. But they probably, all those people that were ready to fly to Dubai, probably had to wait on the plane for 3 hours while the luggage staff went and found their bags and took them off, you know. And all the airport baggage handlers had a full year supply of Xanax, of cocodamol, of codeine, all the good stuff, you know, all the prescription stuff. Yeah, the whole of Miami International Airport was just super relaxed for, like, you know, 3 months after they went through Donna's luggage. They were like, okay, passport control. Okay. And you will be boarding in 60 minutes. Gate B. That's an interesting question, Ryan. Do you think Donna will get glammed up for trial or grandma style? Well, I think there's a way to do both, isn't there? You know, it's not like Michael Dunn, you know, the guy who shot Jordan Davis at the Gate gas station in Jacksonville. He put on his best Irish uncle cardigan. Yes. How could a man who wears a cardigan be a killer? But then on his retrial, it didn't work. So on his retrial, he went with a suit. But it was just funny. I don't think I've ever seen a defendant in court for murder wearing this big woolen cardigan. Okay, guys. So what is this? 3 hours, 32 minutes? Pretty long stream tonight. But a little bit more quiet in the stream tonight, huh, guys? But I think we'll cut it off here. Because who's just about to come in? Jane with the big news, baby. With the big news, with the big Lacasse news. Newsflash, Lacasse. So yeah, breaking it down into the sections, right? We started with Isom. We moved on to Sarah, victim advocate. Now we're going to do Jane. Who knows what part 4 is going to be? We'll have to wait and see. Where are we up to with this puppy? Okay, around almost halfway. Almost halfway. Okay. Yeah, everybody click like. In fact, I think at the moment, Leah, we've got more likes than viewers. Maybe this stream was too long, guys. How many people? Just 35? Oh my gosh. And none of them are fancy fiction. Maybe she's in disguise, huh? Like she doesn't want people to know that she has a presence on this channel. Matt, are you fancy fiction? I bet it's you, isn't it, Matt? She'll come. We work on her own show, working on my shout out that she promised. Yeah, good point to stop tonight, Rabbit. Oh, guys, if any one of our core community chat contributors, the 4 C's, core community chat contributors. Wow. If you're a quadruple C, maybe you want to join us on the Discord. Link in the description. It's free. It's great. Yeah. It's just a nice place where we can ask questions, have a conversation, share some ideas about the future of True Crime Metrix, and whatever. Yeah, Leslie, she was at Malibu, where she did her surfing video. That's in California, am I wrong? Yeah, of course it is. Malibu, California. And she sounds like she's from California. Very impatient, very intimidating. I get nervous. No, I think she's got a great voice. Great voice. To the point, cutthroat. Yeah, maybe I should get a cartoon logo of my head, just like Fancy, huh? Because this logo we've got, I kind of like it. It's just become, I don't know where I got it. I think I went to a logo generator and just typed True Crime Metrix, and that was what came up. But maybe we need a better logo. Any ideas for that, guys? You can put it in the Discord. Link in the description. Fancy is bi-coastal. Wow. Yeah, she was living in New York for a while and London, in Clerkenwell, but she pronounces Clerkenwell. I know Clerkenwell really well. Well, thank you, Rosalie Paul. She lives in the Hollywood Hills. Wow. Yeah, Rabbit, I quite like the logo too. But what does it say? It says statistics, I guess, right? I mean, there's nothing crime related. Maybe I should add like a handcuff or something. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I have not watched any of the Karen Reed case, Miwayo. But I was thinking the other day, maybe I'll just, put on the opening statements and, watch it live for the first time with you guys and see what comes out, Leslie, I'm a mystery. My picture, it's on Discord. I think. But it's like 6 months old. Yeah, Tracy, maybe just my profile, like Alfred Hitchcock. I mean, that's basically what Fancy has, right? But with color. No, Maria Gabriel, there's no picture of me. That's Judge. That's the judge from the black guy. Okay, I'm not black. And I don't have big headphones. That's Judge Stephen Everett from the Charlie Adelson case. I wish I looked like that. He's a good-looking judge. What's that, Rabbit? You thought it was Portugal? Mountains, cities. What was Portugal? Oh, the logo. Okay. Yeah, cool. Cool. There's not that many cities in Portugal, There's Lisbon and Porto. Leslie, no. No, that's not me in the pic. That's Judge Stephen Everett. He's got way cooler voice and way better headphones, and just maybe I should get myself a big black cloak like to wear while I do the show, and a little hammer for the desk. That'd be great. Or is that taking it? That's taking it too far, isn't it? There's a limit. True Crime Metrix. Yeah, I guess I've decided that our fancy fiction bringing up our name the other day wasn't a shout out. I guess it was an honorable mention because she promised to give us a shout out in the near future. So all of you watch out for that, and if you catch it, let me know. You never know. Me and sound controlist Soap might be flying out to Tallahassee for Donna's trial. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? How much does it cost to take a dog to the States? I bet it's like 10 grand, isn't it? I bet it's loads of money. and probably really complicated with vaccinations. I guess I could put her in a really nice hotel. But then who would control my sound? Maybe Fancy can help out when she has in her break. Oh, Rabbit, you won't watch Karen Reed? Why is that? I mean, I haven't seen any at all, so I haven't formulated an opinion, but clearly you have. What, care to share? And listen, I just want to make this clear for everybody, guys. If Rabbit vetoes a case, we're not covering it. We're not going to waste our time if Rabbit's not going to be here. Yeah, Leslie, I have 3 years of content with Karen Reed trial. I don't know, I mean, something has been, I'm kind of glad that Rabbit has said this because my intuition was feeling it. I'm really not that into Massachusetts way of running law enforcement for some reason. Not that I know anything about it, but just from what I see of some interrogations that I've seen, some court proceedings that I've seen, not the Karen Reed trial because I haven't seen any of that, but a few others, that girl who convinced her boyfriend, her like long distance remote boyfriend, to get in his truck and kill himself with what do you call it, hose pipe from the gas exhaust, and he died, and she went on trial. I think her name was Skylar something, a little blonde girl, just a kid, just a stupid kid. Yeah, get in the truck. And he was in there and he was on the phone texting her. She's like, yeah, if you want to kill yourself, you can do it. It's okay, do it. And he freaked out when all the fumes started coming in, got out the truck, and then she was like texting him, no, get back in. It's time for you to go. And, she got done for, what was it? Second-degree murder or was malicious manslaughter. I like the troll on Fancy's back. I thought you were talking about me, Matilda. But is that on her logo? Is that on her logo? Okay. Yeah. I don't mean to troll Fancy. We're just so psyched that she mentioned us. For the longest time, I thought AA Legal Focus was the person with the name Fancy Fiction, because it took a while to tune in to the different channels. I had a few my core channels that I'd follow, and neither one of those girls those young women were ones that I followed. But now I follow both, and I've learned their names. But yeah, everybody knows Fancy. She's been reporting from the courtroom. We can see her there breathing the same air as Georgia Kappelman, and she said my name. It just feels like really cool. Riding shotgun. Well, I guess we'll be on tomorrow. We kind of got an everyday-ish thing going on at the moment. I kind of want to get through this interview as well as quickly as possible. That's why we're doing like really long streams at the moment. This is almost 4 hours now. But yeah, if people are getting bored, you know, you don't have to come and join for the live. You can come back anytime, and you know, everything stays online. But yeah, every day we learn a little bit more, I really need to buy a new notebook though, because going through this whole interrogation again, though, there's you know, I think we're going to start collecting segments as we go through, and then do, you know, I want to collect every bit of even slight doubt or tactic that Isom shows that he is maintaining suspicion. Whereas if you watch it quite, you know, broadly, it's very easy to think that he's completely under Wendy's spell, which I have been thinking for years, as I said. But now I've switched, man. I've switched. And I'm just so excited to get to the next Isom part to see if he's going to show us any more of his true thinking. But then, as was it Matt said, you go to the Jeffrey Lacasse interview and he's behaving like a moron again. So who knows? Who knows? But also, I think we want to cover Isom's testimony in the 2019 trial, because he gets a bit heated with Christopher DeCoste. Christopher DeCoste starts pressing his buttons a bit. Yeah, Doe. I don't think I sound like a big black judge, unfortunately. I wish I did, you know. But no. Rabbit respects her sanity too much to watch Karen Reed. Okay. It's one of those, is it? Usually those kind of cases come out of Wisconsin, you know, where it's just like, what the hell is going on? Do I like living in Portugal? Sure. You know, clean air, good people. It's great. I mean, it's no Tallahassee, don't get me wrong, you know. Trade places with anyone who wants to do a switch, move to Portugal, I move to Tallahassee, that'll be great. You know, basically I'll live outside the Leon County Courthouse. Oh my God, Ryan B. Yeah, Reed trial was good for 2 days. For the last 20 days, they've been analyzing parking lot plastics. Yeah, that's fun. A great one that we're going to be covering, guys. Two that I want to spend some time on. Actually, three. Three really good trials, three really interesting cases. Two of them are racially motivated killings, and one of them is a killing with a lot of gender issues surrounding it. We've got the Ezra McCandless case out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We've got Michael Dunn killing Jordan Davis out of Jacksonville, Florida. And we've got Michael Draker from, I believe it was Tampa Bay area as well. Hey, that's where Christina's from. How far are you from the Circle A convenience store, Christina? Or are there many? I suppose there's many in Tampa Bay. Or maybe she's gone already. Oh, you didn't even say goodbye, Christina? Yeah. She must have gone to join us on Discord, guys. No, Leah, that's Udi's job. Yeah. I'll get the Discord link now. Yeah, who left that comment? Clarissa H. Florida cases are good. The Sunshine Law. What is that then? Is that something about total disclosure? Oh, another case. Attempted murder. Trevor Summers, also out of Tampa Bay, Hillsborough County. Very interesting trial. He represented himself, then demurred back to his attorney, and then represented himself again to question his ex-wife, who he brutally, tortured. Well, maybe tortured sounds like something it isn't. What would be the word? There's a link to the Discord, guys. Oh, sure. Yeah, Matilda, the Sarah Boone trial is set to begin on October 7th. So the back to school period is going to be very busy for us. We've got Donna Adelson coming in September. Then straight after that, almost seamless, no break into Sarah Boone. I mean, we're going to have to spend a bit of time over the summer laying the groundwork for Sarah Boone, starting the playlist, going over the old tapes, going over her trial, what do you call it? Commencement meetings, or whatever it is, when they meet and they discuss like the state of the case and if everyone is ready, because she's had some blinding things to say to the judge. She's one of these people that thinks she can win every argument by saying things like, oh, and by the way, this has violated my constitutional rights. Judge is like, okay, which one? She's like, well, the constitutional one. It's my rights. Ridiculous. Honestly, she would have been so much better off if she'd have just come out and said, listen. Well, if her defense counsel had come out and said, listen, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a story of dependency, of Sarah's and George's codependency on each other, on a volatile, sometimes violent relationship from both sides. A relationship that was embedded in deep alcohol addiction. Both Sarah and George struggled, suffered, trying to maintain and dig their way out of a crippling alcohol addiction. They would turn to violence, as is often the case when people lose their inhibitions. but they always came back to support each other when, you know, the booze had worn off. And, you know, this terrible incident, she didn't mean to kill him. She wouldn't have fallen asleep if she wasn't drunk. It's a fucking nightmare, but she's been in for 5 years. She's very sorry. And if she acted sorry, I really think there'd be room for the jury to give her some kind of break. But the way she's playing it now, and will continue to do so, it looks like, is I did nothing wrong. I wasn't addicted to alcohol. It was him. You know, the jury's going to say, okay, well, that's guilty of second-degree murder, which in Florida, where they don't fuck around, is almost certainly life in prison. You know? So, good one, Sarah. Good one. Way to maintain your point of view. Honestly, you'd think after 5 years, she might have been able to look at the whole incident from another angle. It's incredible that how forcefully she's maintained this very weak, transparent excuse of her character and her behavior. Oh, Matilda, I'd love to see her represent herself. In fact, I thought it almost might be forced on her to say, listen, your attorneys, you know, they can't work with you. So you can either like face the charges without an attorney, or you represent yourself. But obviously that would give her grounds for dismissal and mistrial and all the rest of it if she were like told that she had to do that. Everyone has a right to counsel, blah blah blah. But you don't have a right to any counsel, and you don't have a right to insist on the defense that you want, apparently, which is kind of surprising to me. Oh, it's expired? Oh, okay. Let me try and get a new link. I thought I set that link to do not expire, but hang on. Discord. Wow, it's 2:30 in the morning, guys. Okay, so we need a link. Okay, there's a fresh do not expire link to the Discord. Yeah, Albert, let's get Patty on the phone. You know, maybe she has you know, a property that I could just live in, you know. And you know, maybe in fancy fiction could set up a shared studio when Donna's trial is going on. Yeah, that'd be great, you know. That'd be great. Because obviously I won't have my sound controlist with me. Unless I can get a good rate. Hey, who's this? Leslie B. Oh no, Leah. Hello, Leah. All right, I think I'm going to leave it there, guys. 4 hours. You are doing well. Yeah, Keith, it's been a long one today. I feel fine, but I don't know if it's a good thing for the audience. It's been a little bit more quiet today, guys. But it is Saturday. And some people... Oh, no, it's Friday. It's Saturday now, here. Yeah, some people have lives where they don't want to watch court all weekend. I don't understand those people. Dedication. All of you guys agree, though. The core community chat contributors, the quadruple C's. Hey, CSI wannabe. Is that Leslie B? I bet it is. You see, there's my picture, Leslie, on what do you call it? Discord. Anyway, guys, anyone else want to join the Discord? Go right ahead. Buymeacoffee.com, description, super chat, super thanks, super sticker, blow it up. And we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Like, share, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel. You know, we're just rolling these out at the moment, rolling them right out, you know, getting through them. We're going to do everything we can on the Adelson case. Then we'll probably come back and do it all again. But yeah, like I said, Ezra McCandless. And by the way, it's fine if our views drop down when we're not doing the Adelson case. We're well aware that this is the big one that really brings in some power. But, you know, there are other good cases, and there's some beautiful stuff on YouTube. Great court footage, great interrogations that we're going to watch together, guys. So be sure to stay posted for that. Stay primed. Okay, adios. See you tomorrow. Be kind to each other. Don't be an Adelson. And peace, love, good feeling. Okay, thanks, Matt. Thanks, Clarissa. Thanks, Mary. And Miwayo. Yeah. Say hey to those Canucks. Miwayo.